you live yet, son?
Well, we're trying to
Damn
be
it.
live,
Close.
18.
despite OBS fighting me at every fucking moment. Hey, OBS, you wanna, like, work? OBS has been pretty much consistently broken
19.
for, like, the last 3 fucking weeks.
Oh, that ain't good.
Something like that. Not even, like, just me, just kind of in general, from what I've heard.
Did you see if there's a patch for that shit update?
I literally just updated it before the stream.
Start your computer?
No, I shouldn't have to restart my computer. For OBS? It's fine.
Well, I updated and it was a bitch, so I don't know.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's
You won't-
stable enough. I'm just annoyed.
Oh, nice test rolls, everyone.
Man, I can't wait for us to
You're
just
shooting for
multiple natural ones after all this.
tried.
Oh yeah, you
Hush-
guys have blown all of your
hush
good
your
rolls
face.
for the night. You're
Look,
fucked.
we get the bad stuff out of the way now. We'll be fine.
I'm just gonna raise my hand as the bar. What are bad? As the bard. What are bad rolls?
When you nat one.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, no.
That being said, guys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome to another episode of War of the Shattered Sun. I am your humble dumble master, the one and only Pudding Pastry, the farting tart, joined by my crew of espionage entrepreneurs. That one didn't quite work, but it worked well enough that I'm going to stick with it. We have the Pugyard Dogs, the CGs, the Joe Mojos, the J Frost 747s, and the Wicked River 97s. I'm beginning to think the stuff with OBS may just be an internet issue. So we're just gonna
Maybe.
have to fucking deal with it, I guess.
Yep.
Or I'll just
well,
die.
well-
It's fine.
We'll muscle through it. We can get through it.
Yes. Yes.
Nothing is improbable.
With that being said, let's go ahead and get started while my computer is currently functioning. Let me see. Where's the music? There it is.
Is there anything potentially running in the background?
Last time, in the midst of your investigation within the Oasis City of Haven, you all came back together to discuss some very important findings, as well as make a plan for a rendezvous with a mysterious shadow later in the night. Something you discovered in the form of notes addressed to blah, blah, blah. That's their names, and I'm gonna stick with it. Addressed to Haven speakers Baresh Starburn and Kilasu Rao. Notes that seem to be penning the crime on Baresh. Or on the Baresh, as I put in my notes, apparently. You all prepared before heading deep into the night, but unexpected events came to pass, as the entire meeting had been an advanced murder plot to end the life of High Speaker Kilasu Rao. Poison needles, nearly imperceivable to the naked eye. A chase ensued, as you all tried desperately to capture the assailant in the mists of Haven's alleyways. Unfortunately, the assailant was able to escape using a mastery over the shadows and vanishing into the new sewer system. However, not before revealing herself to you, whether it be a show of respect or an attempt to throw you off your investigation. You all now have even more questions to ask, as well as several new avenues to take. However, with the hours of the night wearing thin, you all need to rest. You all know that Theoden comes in the morning. With that being said, we come back into our game. Following your discovery of the sewer system and your lack of a trail to find this dangerous woman, you all have now reconverged. You all continued to search for about an hour after her escape, but were unable to pick up any sort of trail that she may have left. Diana has rejoined you, as well as Keela, who has come to find you all once again as he insisted on speaking with you all again following the night's events. Currently, the time is probably about 12:30 or 1:30 in the morning. It's late.
just kind of like wiped. And where are we staying, by the way?
That's a great question.
I thought we were at Niphis's place.
She did offer you all the chance to stay at her place if you wanted to.
I guess I don't mind.
There is also the Keg Smasher Tavern in town, which, while late, it's not late enough that you wouldn't be able to go and ask about a room if you'd rather do that, something a bit more rustic. Bless you.
Corey's going home.
That's what I figured. Corey's going home. Diana's
You are
probably going to
welcome
follow.
We will
Follow?
find a place
Follow.
for you if you want. But Corey's going home.
Diana, kind of amongst you guys, goes, Gila will be fine. It seems that the poison has mostly left his system. He's going to be a bit tired tomorrow, but fine. Gila kind of rolls his shoulders a bit. I thank you all for at least attempting to apprehend this culprit. Now we know that she's far more dangerous than we could have imagined.
Corey looks over at him.
He looks back to you. Above game, I don't know. I wasn't sure if you had a follow-up to that or not.
I'm so sorry. I was answering a message.
You're good.
I lost that train. You can retcon that if you want. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine.
So someone from work messaged me, and I didn't know why. Sorry.
All good. He looks back to you, Corey, and he says, so we're positive that this individual is an elvish woman. Perhaps a drow or maybe a shadow elf.
Corbin's just gonna kind of pipe up and use minor illusion for like a, I guess you could say like a 1/5 sized image of what he saw. It is a drow woman, and she seems to have some command of the shadows as well as some form of unarmed combat expertise.
Maybe something to ask Master Order about. I'm not sure quite where he is right now, but hopefully you can track him down before you leave.
Maybe Ludric would know.
Perhaps.
I have been meaning to talk to him about something else, he says with like a very sly grin.
Oh, regardless. It's not a conversation for tonight. Most of the choir is asleep, and frankly, just looking at you all, I can tell you need rest as well. The past, 20 to 30 minutes have really hit you guys hard, as you guys have been pretty much non-stop the entire day. That being said...
And we're not even sure how much of that day was actually the day, considering time zones.
Correct. That being said, if anyone wishes to continue investigating into the night, you can sacrifice your long rest to do so. I will allow that. However, none of you are quite sure what's coming in the following day once Theoden comes back. What were you gonna say, Corey?
I was asking what you were meaning. Sorry.
What I'm meaning is if you want to continue working through the night, following leads, talking with people, continuing this.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so following this lead. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you want to continue any sort of investigation into the night, I will allow it. You will just sacrifice your long rest for it. Which means you'll take a point of exhaustion.
Well, in character, Flit is very tired, and also above game, I already assumed we were getting a long rest, so Flit's gonna go to sleep.
Same.
Yeah, same for Corbin after he shoots off a message towards Aura. Gonna use my last 4th level for that. Just, saying, oh god, are you missing out on this?
Corvin, like the past couple messages you've sent her, there's no response.
Inside his head, panic. Outward face shows nothing.
Mhm. What about Lily and Rovan? Are you guys going to go to bed as well?
Absolutely. Lily does not sacrifice the sleep.
Mm-hmm. Rovan?
Mm. Remind me, first point of exhaustion was disadvantage on ability checks?
Disadvantage on ability checks, yes.
Mm. Eh. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna stay up at least. Can I stay up at least like half the night?
I'm going to say at this point, if you stay up any further, you will risk losing your long rest,
Point.
as it is quite late. And you're not exactly sure when the meeting tomorrow is going to be called, because you know there's going to be one called tomorrow.
True. Fuck. Yeah, Rovan will pass out then.
Okay. So it seems that everyone is going to bed.
Ye.
My knees.
Your lizard knees.
My legs have become crinkle cut.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
All
Do
right.
you remember I took like 25 fall damage last session?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
They're like little like springs now. They look like accordions, like from like Tom and Jerry when they like fall
Yeah.
from when they like get smushed by something. Anyways, so you all are heading to bed. I know Corey and Diana are going to be heading to Corey's family home. What about the rest of you? Are you guys gonna stay in Nithis' place, or do you wish to stay somewhere else?
If she's offering.
Including Corey's home. Just among like the options.
That would be
there
up to your
room
parents.
for all of us?
It would be cramped, but there would be room. Most of you would have to sleep in like the living space.
It'd be homey.
It would be
you want
homey.
somewhere. Yeah. It's literally crashing in on her parents.
Correct. Because above game, her parents don't even know she's here yet.
I'm here for some family awkwardness. Let's go.
I'm down. I'm 3 foot. I really don't take up a lot of space.
Shifty eyes and 6'3".
I'm not hearing any arguments against crashing in on Corey's parents. Going once? Going twice?
Uh,
Okay, I see that from Rovan. Ravana's gonna stay with Nithis.
I'll stay with him.
Okay. So Rovan and Corvin are gonna stay with Nithis. Keela will speak up. Considering tonight's events, I will likely take shelter in Speaker Nithis' manor. That way, at least somebody is planning to kill me. Hopefully.
You
Go ahead.
just can't go home.
No, that I cannot. Not tonight, at least.
Keela, if you don't mind, you could stay in my room. I could put up a tiny hut within the space.
That can offer pretty good protection, yeah.
He kind of thinks for a moment. That sounds reasonable enough to me, yes. If you're offering, I greatly appreciate it.
Covering our bases.
Alright then. So Keela is going to agree to those terms. That being said, the rest of the party is going to be going to Kore's place, yes? Gonna crash in on their home? Or does anyone wish to join Corvin and Rovan?
All I know is that an offer was made, and I'm very curious.
Yeah, as much as I would love to bug Kore's parents for, like, you know, embarrassing stories, I gotta think we have Kore's trying to think of practical.
Okay. Alright. With that being said, the group splits, because nothing bad happens when you split the party. You all go your separate ways. To quickly cover events with Corvin and Rovan, the three of you, including Keela, as well as a small armed patrol, as once Keela's Dune Striders learned what happened, they decided they were determined to not leave his side, understandably so. The group of you return back to Nithis' manor. You kind of explain the events of the night, and she offers you all shelter. Nothing extreme happens. You guys are able to get a long rest with no real issue. Corvin, you put up a tiny hut for Keela?
Yep. Ritual casting that bitch.
Okay. Alright. Now, are you going to stay in the tiny hut with him? Or is it just going to be him within the tiny hut?
I have to be in there with him.
You have to be in there with him. Okay.
Yep.
Just confirming. Okay. Rovan, are you going to stay in the tiny hut?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll probably be, like, in front of the door just to act as, like, extra bulwark.
Okay. So not only are you guys within the tiny hut, but we have a sort of armed guard to protect Keela now in case another murder attempt is to occur. But you guys are able to obtain your long rest. As for Corey and the rest of the group, Corey, you escort your friends back to your family home, and it's late. You walk up to the home and there are no lights on, and you're just thinking, like, Kana is gonna kill you. The moment you knock on that door, Kana is gonna kill you.
Her hand, like, not shakes, but the reluctance is very visible as she goes to knock.
Diana kind of sees your hesitation and goes, "Do you want me to do it?"
It doesn't matter who does it. She'll kill me anyways. It might as well be me.
Diane will kind of nod. You eventually do a... On the door, it's very soft. There's no response. Dia kind of leans in a bit closer. Maybe try a bit louder.
I know. And she thump, 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 thump.
You hear, you hear the sound of what is very obviously Pike sharply like awakening from his sleep. Just no, coming. Oh shit. Oh. Who in the nine hells is here this time of night? And he opens the door and you see Pike, your father, on the other side. He's still kind of like rubbing his eyes. He's standing there, but he doesn't quite see you yet. He's still like kind of like rubbing like the bridge of his nose and his eyes, and he kind of like blinks a few times. Oh.
Hey, Dad.
My dear girl, and he immediately grabs you and pulls you into a hug. Oh, it is so good to see you. And I see you've brought friends.
Yeah. Can they stay over? We had a bit of a run-in tonight, and
Oh, please.
rather
You are
than
all
fear
welcome.
the shadows, I'd rather take them to the place I feel most safe.
Oh, absolutely. You are all welcome. I will... Let me go get your mother real quick. Please, you all, come on in.
gods.
Look, Hana's going to want to know, would you rather tell Kana now, or tell them in the morning when they wake up to find you all here?
Yeah, okay.
But please, come in, make yourselves at home. And he starts ushering you all in, and he sees Diana, and Diana gives him like a polite bow, like, it's good to see you again. Oh, my dear Diana, it's good to see you. Please come in. And he like takes her hands and like in a sort of gingerly motion unbecoming of your dad. There's a sense of like gentleness behind his expression and his movements as he very softly shakes Diana's hands.
Unbelievable. You are already the favorite.
Well, yeah. Have you seen me?
Yes.
She kind of gives you a little wink. Now, I will ask you all to be quiet for now, as Maui is still asleep, but we can tell him in the morning. Unless you'd rather me go get him.
No, don't interrupt his
That's
sleep. Let
what
him
I thought.
sleep.
Let me go get
They
Kona.
can meet him in the morning.
He kind of
And
nods.
we can eat in the morning. Yes.
He kind of nods and begins to go over to get Kana. You guys are left alone for a few moments. Above game, I need to remember, I think the rest of the party has met your parents, yes?
Yes.
Okay, I thought
I think
so.
so, yeah.
I wanted to make sure, but I believe so. I think everyone except Lily, though.
Literally, Lily's
brought
just the
ano-
weird one out.
So
We have
that was
handouts for
Pike,
this.
My father. He is married to my mom, Kana.
That is
They
Pike.
will be a lot when they get down here.
Well, hopefully they don't have to see us until the sun comes up. Sounded like that'll be quite a hassle based on what
She's
your
going to
reactions
greet you.
were.
She's going. Sorry, they're gonna greet you when they come down. That's just how they are. You'll see. Again, you've met them.
Mm-hmm.
You've met them, Flit.
I have. They're quite a pair.
And they'll love you, Lily. So,
Lily
don't worry about
gives
it.
a look.
You all hear a voice from downstairs. She's what? And then you hear the rushing of footsteps coming down the stairs.
I think your father may have woken up your mother on accident.
No, he did it on purpose.
As a husband, it's possible.
It
Hi,
isn't.
Mom. She calls out, just like not too loud, but like, you know.
Yeah, it isn't long before your mother, Kana Gabingus, appears in the living space along with the rest of you, and they look to you and they go, oh, "My dear girl," and she immediately comes over to you and gives you a hug. Sorry, they give you a hug, and then they whisper in your ear, "Why are you here so late? Why couldn't you come in the morning?"
We had a run-in tonight, and we just wanted somewhere secure.
They hug you a bit tighter. It's good to see you. Things have been scary recently.
Yeah. I'm here now. We're here now.
I presume the choir has you dealing with this whole dragon business, I suppose. As you all are
Mhm.
mighty adventurers. Speaking of, weren't there more of you? Kind of like looking at your party now.
They're guarding. They're on guard. They're taking watch tonight.
I see. Well, if they need a place to stay or a warm meal, they know where to come.
Mm-hmm. We have a
No.
new friend.
Yes, I was
that
about
you
to.
didn't meet.
I was about to ask. Who is this?
Lily?
Kind of gesturing to you, Lily.
Lily gives a nervous smile and a small wave.
You hear a laughter from the back of the room from Pike. Oh, I'm dreadfully sorry. I didn't even notice you. You're so small. Kana speaks up. Pike, what? She is. I'm like 8 feet tall, dear.
My girlfriend's 7 foot. It's nothing that I'm not used to by now.
Mazel tov? No,
I
dear.
get called short a lot.
Kana immediately starts pinching their brow. Well, if you all are here to stay the night, you are more than welcome. Maui will be excited to see you as well, Korai.
He's gonna get such a big hug in the morning. Until
He
then.
has been very hard in his studies. Very deep into his studies. He's made a friend.
Oh.
And he's been doing something very special, which I won't spoil. But something
Oh.
I think you'll like.
Was this a friend from school or?
From school, yes.
Nice. I'm glad he's doing well. I can't wait to see it. And I like surprises, so.
Yeah.
Very.
Come with me. She kind of, they say in a bit of a hushed whisper. They start walking down the hallway to where you now know would be Maui's room.
She'll follow.
The two of you get to the door and they kind of give you the hushed finger over the lips. So they slowly open the door and you can see that inside there's a very restful sleeping Maui in his bed. And even more so, above him there seems to be this sort of setup of lights to where the inside of the ceiling on the inside of his room looks like stars. That was not here the last time you were here. He's taking well after you.
No one pressured him, right?
No, of course not. You know what's better than that. They kind of give you a light slap on the shoulder.
Well, the stars Stars are neat. They were here before us. Most will be there after we're gone.
Indeed. But, come, let me make a few spots for your friends to sleep. And they kind of close the door behind them. I presume you and Diana are going to be sharing your room, yes?
I was honestly just gonna suggest we just stay with everyone. Tonight was frustrating.
The decision is yours, dear. Don't let me persuade you
I'll
one way
ask
or
her.
another.
I'll ask her. We'll see.
Kana will nod, and the two of you will walk back to the rest of the group, where you see Pike and Lily appear to be, like, comparing biceps. Yes, a strong one, this one.
You know it.
I like this one. I like this one. Pike, my love, can you please... You want... No, it's fine. It's fine. Kana just kind of brushes it off, and it's just like, I have other things to do. You all are welcome to stay. Unfortunately, we don't have too much extra blankets or pillows, but I'll find a few things that will make do. There's a couch and a few chairs if you'd rather sleep in those. But otherwise, I can put a few things out for you to sleep on the floor, if that is alright.
We have pallets. We got this.
Wonderful. Alright, allow me to go get you a few things. And Kana kind of goes off to the side. Goes to retrieve blankets and stuff for you.
Flit just has this like look of talking about like, oh, it's gonna be so rough sleeping on the floor, and she's just thinking about all the times that they've had to sleep on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah, they
Pike-
don't.
Go ahead.
It's okay.
Pike
They
looks...
don't. Yeah, they don't get how we just want a roof.
Yeah. Pike looks to you, Cora, and goes, so, what? What wonderful stories do you have for us, Reiwa Kore? Adventurer, the hero of the Barish Tech. I'm sure you've
Oh,
dealt with
God,
quite a few things
Dad.
while you've been gone.
Father, please. That was a group of. I don't know why they make it out to be me. It was a group. Especially Baresh met the group.
I mean, you're right. But I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to sing the praises of the rest of them. When you are my daughter, I don't have to sing the praises of anyone else.
You see, we call that bias, Father.
Correct. See, you're learning. He kind of comes up to you again, and a bit more gingerly than the last time. He does pull you into another hug. Just good to see you home. We were
Like a solid squeeze.
wondering if you were going to come home after this whole dragon business started going down. I've been
Oh yeah.
heavily working on the festival, actually.
Oh. What are you doing for this year's?
Lifting things, moving things, sometimes both.
That's vague. Just squints.
Well, I mean, what else do you want? I've just been hired by
yes,
the
but, like,
city
what are
to
you
help
working
move
on,
things.
How you work on like decorations? Are you setting up like shops and things? Like, come on, like.
No, somebody will
Tell-
literally just say, "Hey, I need help moving something," and I'll go over and help move it.
Oh, good God.
Usually something big.
Mm-hmm.
What? You know,
Well,
I'm one
I'm
of the
glad they have
strongest
you here to
individuals here
help.
in Haven.
Yes, I know. I'm glad they have you. They have you here to support. Good God.
Oh, so you're like the Rovan of the town.
Let me see if he remembers Rovan. Hold on. Okay, that's a dirty one. He looks to you, Flint, and he goes, I don't remember who. I am not entirely sure I remember who that is, but I am going to say yes, probably. Unless that's a bad thing. Is that a bad thing?
Well, here, I actually have a way to test this. When you and Mother were courting, dating, whatever you want to call it, how long did
do
it
me
take
a
you to
favor,
realize
don't say
that-
the word courting to your father ever again.
Okay. Anyway, when did you realize that they were into you? How long did it take you? I guess I should ask. Did you have to be told?
I did have to be told, yes.
Oh
By
wow, it's really
how many people though? Hold on.
How many people? He kind of starts thinking for a moment. Technically 2.5. Because one alluded it to
What?
me, and I was like, no, you're being silly. Then the other one told me, and I was like, maybe. And then your mother told me, and that's when I was like, I see.
Okay. So, and she looks over to Flit. He's a little bit better off than Rovan, but here, she's adjusting her head. But, yeah, it's like a smarter Rovan, yes.
I will accept this. And he kind of like crosses his arms proudly. I'm not sure who this Rovan person is, but if I'm
One of
smarter
our
than
buddies,
him.
okay, so his now partner told him. He didn't believe her, and then every single one of us here in the group had to be like, yes! It took him several tries.
Yikes. That's pretty, what is,
That's a yikes from Pike.
what's the term the kids use nowadays? Cringe? That's it. I like to think I'm pretty based. I think that's the saying. Yes? Yes? He kind of looks around at the group of you.
Father, please.
Don't ask
Father,
me.
please.
I'm
Father,
pretty
please
sure I'm
don't-
older than you.
There's been some trend going around about, I don't know, mongooses. I don't know what it's about.
Stop.
We ran into a few sables, but I don't know about mongooses.
You know what? I deserve that. Fuck off. I deserve that.
Good one. Good one.
Don't you bring up the muscalids.
I'll-
Fire back.
You know what? Inspiration for Punk on that one.
Oh, neat.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Bringing back that old joke. Hell yeah.
God bless the
The
Sables.
sable fable.
Punk won't let me
the
forget.
blessed sable fable.
Punk
Now
will not
available
let me
as a
forget.
table.
Let's kind of cease before we enable more puns.
I
Yes.
know, I know.
I
Anyway,
see what you did there.
God damn it.
Fuck off.
Did you say in sable? If so, kudos.
No, but now I wish he had. But Kana comes back out and gives you all pillows, blankets, everything you all need to be comfortable. You all begin to start bunking down for the night, and the two of them look to you all and go, well, I think we're going to return to bed, if that is all right. Kana looks to you, Kore. Yes, if you all need anything, please let us know, and we will see you in the morning.
Trust me, we're more than happy just to have a roof over our heads. You don't worry about it. You have a good night.
Good night to you all. And they both
Good
begin
night.
to leave. Diana turns to the rest of you and go to the group of you and goes, so are we gonna talk about how he is basically just Rovan?
Smarter, Rovan, but yes.
Pure of heart, dumb of ass?
Yes.
Alright.
It's thanks
Weird.
to Kana that I turned out the way I did.
Oh, I
I'm
absolutely
a bit
believe
better
that.
off, but obviously I still have my pitfalls.
I feel like a little bit more than you think has seeped in there.
Corey slowly turns to Flit.
To Filt.
Flit.
I don't know. I think you're pretty headstrong a lot of times.
No arguments there.
Yes, but they are calculated times.
Sometimes you're literally headstrong. I've seen you headbutt people before.
The forehead is ergonomically a pretty good weapon if your aim is good.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. If you headbutt someone in the nose, you're probably going to come out better than they are.
Yes.
Above game, if you get into a fight and you have the chance to headbutt them in the fucking nose. Break their fucking nose.
Except. Sorry, go ahead.
See, this is kind of what I mean. It's 1:30 in the morning, and we're talking about the best ways to headbutt people.
It's about 2:15 at this point.
I'm sorry. Most bodies are given several weapons. Almost anything can be a weapon. If you really think about it, but that's beside the point. Anyway,
I'm going to sleep.
good. Yeah, good night.
Yeah, me too. And as I'm just gonna say, night, Lily.
Lily will, like, curl up in a small ball.
Part of me thought Lily was already going to be asleep.
Probably have just been listening to everyone.
Mm-hmm. Doing that sleepover thing where you're just kind of there while everyone else talks about stuff.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
God, that sounds like every fucking sleepover I've ever been to.
Same. But, with that being said, after a very long day of political espionage and putting a stop to advanced murder plots, everyone gets the benefit of a long rest. Let me go ahead and change your music. The morning comes, as it always does, and Corey, you're the first to hear on your front door.
Hmm.
Corey, you hear Taneri come out, call out.
She'll go and open the door, like stumbling. What?
Real quick, give me nature or survival.
28.
You kind of realize that it's still fairly early. You didn't get quite as much sleep. You got enough sleep, but you would have liked more.
Why?
You open the door and Taneri's there. Hey, Theoden just got back in town. The choir's meeting up soon.
Hey guys, we gotta go.
Oh, hey, I didn't say we had to go yet. I said
What?
soon.
How soon? Can we get breakfast in?
Soon, and we have enough time for me to go in and give Maui a hug, as well as your parents, I guess.
Okay.
It's
But
around
you-
this point that Pike and Kana kind of come downstairs, having heard the knocking at the door. Kana looks to Taneri and goes, "Ah, well, if it isn't Tantan." Taneri immediately goes over and gives them both a hug. "Oh, it's so good to see you both. I'm sorry I've been so busy. I haven't been able to come visit." "Oh dear, it's quite all right. It's good to see you now, and that is what it matters most." I presume, though, judging by your attire, and you can see that Taneri is wearing, like, her choir gear, that this isn't a pleasure visit. No, unfortunately I had to come grab these goons. But we do have a few minutes if we wanna, you know. And you see she kind of starts doing like the ooh-woo like finger touch thing.
She wants a hug, and Corey will step aside and go wake the others.
I mean, hugs are nice, but... And Kana kind of speaks up, I will make some breakfast for everyone. And begins to sort of move over to the kitchen. And as soon as Tauntaun, or as soon as Kana is out of sight of Pike and Taneri, you watch them both kind of go, yeah, and they do like a little fist bump. Let me go wake Maui. And Pike begins to kind of move over to Maui's room. Taneri kind of looks at the rest of you. I'm noticing you're down a few people. I heard about what happened last night.
Yeah, they're over at Nithis' house.
Yeah. Keela sent an eagle with a note to tell myself and Baresh. Baresh immediately went over to the choir chambers once he heard that Theoden was in town. I volunteered to get the rest of you. Oh, that reminds me, actually. Now that I know you're not all here, and you watch as she grabs from under her robes, it looks like a necklace of some sort. It looks like a seashell necklace. And she begins to mutter some words into it. Gorvin! You receive a message from Taneri Waterskip that kind of shoots you awake.
Ah!
It simply says, hey, Theoden's back in town. We're meeting at the choir chamber soon.
Very groggedly and haggard, Corbin responds. Alright, I'll get everybody awake and mobile and I don't know, give me like 20 minutes to get my hair done.
You get another message that says, I'm with Corey and the others, so feel free to head straight there when you're ready.
Stupendous. That's it.
Okay. Taneri looks back to you, Corey. They're gonna meet us there. We can
Good.
probably snag a bit of food from here to bring to them or something.
Oh, thank the gods. She sighs and really walking up. All right.
Well, as Flick kind of wakes up, how was Baresh last night?
He is... That's a difficult question to answer. I think guilty is the word. Because he was so paranoid about what this shadow could do to him and his people that he didn't even consider taking Keela's safety into account. And I think now he feels bad about it.
There was a lot of thought going into that.
Yeah.
And
I told him then it wasn't his fault, but I mean, that's just how he feels.
yeah. I guess we'll talk to him a little bit more when we get back there. Again, I'm sorry for kind of imposing on you like that last night.
Oh, it's totally fine. Totally fine. I'm now glad that you did. Who knows what would have happened had you not.
Well, hopefully we can get down to more details tonight. Or today. It's on not too. I'm still waking up.
Honestly, I've been awake probably about 15 minutes. I woke up to the news that Theoden was here, slipped on clothes, and immediately ran over here. I haven't even done my fucking hair. And you can see at this point she's like, finally, she's at like starting to mess with her hair, just like, just aggravated.
I don't know what that's like. Is that really a big thing for you guys? She kind of looks around the rest of the room.
Taneri starts kind of looking at you. Now I'm trying to picture you with hair. No, it's weird. It's weird.
Fleck does a Scrubs JD, like look off into the distance.
There's a version of Flit you see off in the distance with long, flowing, like Fabio-style locks. Golden, they twinkle in the sun. It looks weird.
It's just finishing the Scrubs quote. She's just looking up at the sky and then turns back. Yellow's a good color on me.
I guess, yeah. It's the other primary color, isn't it? So, fuck it. I love that image, J-Frost. Here you go, chat. For you. Let me give this to you. That's Flit with hair. It's around this time that you all start hearing the little scampering of feet as a tiny fire genasi child, like a ninja in the night, comes out of nowhere and just tackles Kore by the leg.
Shit.
Language.
Sorry. Maui.
He kind of looks up at you, smiling.
How is my baby brother?
You watch as he lets go and he takes the step back. And the rest of you see on Pike's face oh, here we go. Kind of like the Kronk, like, oh yeah, it's all coming together. And you watch as Maui sits there and he thinks for a moment. He starts looking at his hands. And then he starts doing hand signs at you, Kore. Go ahead and make me just a flat intelligence check.
That one.
He's casting a spell! Get down!
Good, because that's what I did, like, above game. My brain was... How is Tart bringing Naruto into this?
You're so enthralled in whatever he's doing that you're not even quite processing it. Anyone else who wants to make an intelligence check, which I guess would just be Diana, Flit, and Lily, go ahead. I'll roll for Diana. Oh, Diana!
11?
Diana got a nat 20.
Flat intelligence?
Yeah.
That's my girlfriend, hell yeah.
Dirty 20.
I'll
Wait, that
accept
was
the
a
intelligence save. It's fine. It's the same modifier. I
wrong
will accept
button?
it. Everyone except Kore is able to determine that this is sign language. However, there's a moment of fear as like a slight chill goes down your spine and you're kind of like, what's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? You were expecting magic to pop up at any moment, but it never comes.
Yes. I thought she'd be used to Nexus and like, oh, he's picking up it too.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
It's definitely a moment where, like, you've seen so much that now you're overthinking basic shit.
Mm-hmm.
and you watch as Diana, which I gotta give this to her because she rolled a nat 20. Diana kind of sidles up on next to you, and she crouches down to Maui, and she, much like he did, makes a few hand gestures back at him. And he smiles and he nods his head. And then
So she
Diana...
get it now?
What's that?
Would we already like she gets it now? Like, oh,
Yeah, at that moment it kind of like like occurs to you, like, oh, he's not casting a spell. He's not about to.
It's not
He's
magic,
not about to
it's
turn into a
speaking.
sexy woman like in the first episode of Naruto. Or I guess throughout the many times that happens in Naruto.
it's not sorcery, it's speaking. I get you now.
I've been working really hard.
Holy cow! Even I haven't learned that yet. I should add that to my list next. I'll probably start working on that.
I can teach you.
Please do. Well, later today. We
Okay.
got a few things to do first.
Okay.
We got some business. But
Kind of
yes,
nods his head excitedly. You hear Kana call out from the kitchen. He's been working very hard. He's been doing it because there is a... And it's at this point that they kind of begin re-entering the room. There is a muted student in his classroom, and he has been wanting to be friends with them, so he's been learning how to speak sign language so he can communicate with them.
neat. Oh, is this the? This is it. I see. Well, consider me surprised and impressed.
He kind of like looks all giddy, I mean, he's like 8 years old, so he's giddy like a child. And he looks to you and goes, his name's Keanu.
Corey just stands there for a second. We'll have to have him over sometime.
Can we? Kind of looking
looks
at
to
you
Kana.
rather than your mother, who is...
Corey looks to Kana.
I mean, I don't mind. And then you hear Maui. You see Maui kind of like jump in his spot a little bit in the excitement. Okay. Yay! I don't get to have very many friends over. Very many people like me at school.
Corey rolls her eyes. They're just jealous.
You think so?
Well, one, kids can just be rude little shits. Two,
You hear Kana go, language.
sorry. Two, they're mad that they can't live as freely as you.
You see, he starts kind of like, you can see the gears turning in his head, and after a moment, he kind of looks back up at you and nods.
And if they happen to be the first, let it roll off your back. They're not worth it.
How can they roll off my back? They're too big.
I'll teach you fighting another time.
You hear Kana from the other room. I swear to gods. You see Pike nod approvingly.
I literally have a sibling. The only purpose of having a sibling is so you can teach them what you know, and I have learned a lot.
You just hear just like a defeated sigh from the other room.
Maui's gonna run this place one day.
Regular old high speaker, says Pike. You see Maui, much like a kid does when you start giving them compliments, looking more and more like excited and giddy, just happy about everything. the next few minutes go by, and Maui starts teaching you some of the more simple words and phrases for sign language. Words and
Like,
phrases is
"Hi,
an odd
how are
way to
ya?"
say it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Starts teaching you the basics. Diana assists, as apparently she now knows sign language. Which I didn't think of. But the dice gave her a nat 20, so she at least knows some of it.
Yeah.
But after a little bit, you all are called to the kitchen for some food, and Kana has set out like a very traditional Haven breakfast, which has food, which I'm sure is delicious, which I'm not going to determine what that is right now, because I totally did not think about it before the session, like I should have, but it's fine. It is delicious, it is wonderful, and Corey, it makes you feel right at home. But after a little bit, the call of duty beckons for you all. And you all eventually grab a little bit of food for Rovan and Corvin, and you all head out to meet at the choir. Sorry, I just had a fucking stroke. The choir chambers. I don't know why my brain was like, you can do it. I don't know this word for some reason. It was chambers. But Rovan and Corvin, you two are joined as you're going along by Nithis and Keela, as, you know, that's where they're heading as well, so it only makes sense that they would walk with you. And everyone begins to sort of converge at generally around the same time, like a few minute difference. Everyone, including like the other choir members, gets there all within around the same 10 to 15 minutes. There seems to be a bit of a rush considering the events. Corvin and Rovan, do you guys wait out front for Corey and the rest of them, or do you go in when Nethys and Keela do?
Mostly because he's a nosy bitch. Corvin, with like this big like Starbucks sized coffee, just like walks in with the Nethys and them.
Okay. You will see as you do walk in, there are a few choir members already in their respective places, and in the center of the chamber is a familiar drow figure who you know as Therden. Doesn't really... The sound of the door echoes throughout the chamber, and every now and again, when it opens, you see him kind of turn and look to it. He kind of looks and he makes eye contact with you at one point. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
Perception.
Oh,
Natural
damn,
20,
boy!
24.
You see him once you two make eye contact. He squints at you. He doesn't say anything, but he squints. And as he kind of turns back, you see a very slight roll of the eyes.
Corvin was about to give him a wink like the moment they made eye contact, but he already did the eye roll, so. Yeah, he's just gonna kind of become as fly on the wall.
Okay. I will say, with that super high perception check, you do find Master Orda, who is also sort of being like a fly on the wall during this.
Could he like kind of just scooch a little closer towards him?
Absolutely. You get a bit closer, Master Orda kind of turns and looks at you. Good morning.
Morning. Hey, now that you're here, we have a few moments before this gets started. I got a question for you. Using minor illusion, kind of getting like a very that 1/5 size of the attack from the other night. Have you seen anybody like this? She appears to be a drow woman who has some form of shadow manipulation and apparently some form of unarmed combat.
Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm also going to, just real quick as we're coming into the scene, I'm just going to change the music again. We'll go for this. It's a bit loud. He looks to you, and he looks at the individual you've shown him, and he goes, "Yes, I believe I can answer that question. Not now, though. It seems we are about to start." And at that, the rest of your group enters, being Corey, Flit, Diana, Lily, Ravon. They met you out front, as well as Taneri. As you all kind of begin to enter, Keela, who is just taking his spot and looks a little haggard. He looks like, he doesn't look hard, but he looks a little haggard, a little bit tired. You can figure probably from a lack of sleep. Ravon, you and Corvin would know that he slept very restlessly. You're not sure how much sleep he got at all. But he does kind of speak up and goes, "All right, it seems that everyone is here, so let's go ahead and get started." And almost immediately, Theoden kind of speaks up. "May I ask what these individuals are doing here?" Kind of gesturing to your group. Keela speaks up. "This group is currently under the order of the Luna Choir to assist in all matters concerning this dragon or Cathion. They will likely be assisting you in the next steps." And Theoden goes, "I was promised Dune Striders. Not mercenaries."
Why not both?
Kind of looks to you, Corey. I'm gonna make a roll for him real quick. Okay. He looks to you, Corey, and he kind of turning back goes, "Well, at least you're granting me someone with a bit more renown." At least that one's an ability I can speak for.
Corey squints but doesn't say anything.
Ludric speaks up at this point. "I've seen what this group can do in the midst of a fight. Honestly, I feel that you'll be safer with them than you can any Dune Striders." At that, you hear a huff from
Corey.
Eno.
Corey's head snaps at him. I know you meant well, but have care with your words, please. Dune Striders are very capable warriors. You're more than that.
You see Ludric, he's kind of taken off balance by your words a bit, and he goes, "You're right. I apologize for my previous statement. The Dune Striders are very, very skilled. My comment was more to just establish the talent that this group has, that I've seen it firsthand."
I appreciate you and your words. I just
No, you're
don't
right.
need to put others down to raise others up.
Correct. You are absolutely correct, and I do apologize for that. You see Eno kind of relaxes a little bit. He seems to unspokenly accept the apology, even if begrudgingly so. Theoden kind of sighs a little bit. All right, fine. So, on to business then.
What'd you
Well,
find
there's
out?
the good news. What were you gonna say, Corey?
Oh, don't worry about it.
The good news is that I was able to track down where Ocathion is. Keela speaks up. And the bad news? Well, you're not going to like where he is. You see Eno gets a fucking expression of like, oh, here we fucking go. Almost like he was predicting this.
Oh, God.
Well, Cathion only has a few places within close range that he could be hiding out, and he chose what I could describe as the biggest one, as well as the most dangerous. Well, Cathion is hiding within the Asian Verge, inside the corpse of Nalu Honua.
May I get a spelling on that one?
Yes, I will give that to you in a moment. There is a silence that comes over the room, and Corey, chill goes down your spine. Which I will explain in a moment. So, the Asian Verge. Oh, I fucking posted that as the scrying orb. Hold on. The Asian Verge. And Nalu Honua. Corey, you recognize the name Nalu Honua. World Eater. You know what this is, but just for the sake of being able to determine the finer details of what is admittedly a legend, go ahead and make me history check with advantage. Good.
17?
Good. Nalu Honua is, again, as I said before, it means World Eater. It was a title bestowed by your people. Or, sorry, not World Eater, Earthshaker. I apologize. Legend-
Wildly different.
Yes. The legend of Nalu Honua is frightening. It was originally rumored that the southern region of the Ashen Vale, before it was a desert, was once covered in mountains. In a fit of rage, Nalu Honua crushed the mountains into a very fine dust. That dust became the sand that formed the Ashen Desert. According to the legend, his rage was so great that it was actually too much for his body, and that his heart gave out, and he died. The body now lays in a location to the south of Haven, a couple days to the south of Haven, known as the Asian Verge. A couple days on Mount, I should say. The Asian Verge is a location where the body now rests, and a place that now draws dune worms. Creatures much larger and far more dangerous than the sandworms you fought before. While the sandworms have a draconic sort of bloodline to them, the dune worms are, well, they're giant worms. Much like Nalu Honua was. Yes, the Asian Verge has had very few signs of travel and just humanoid contact in general due to its immense danger. Very few people go out there. You actually, with that check, know, probably from either reading or discussions with Baresh, that spending a night in the Asian Verge is seen as a rite of passage for the Barish Tech, for their warriors. If you can go out there and spend a night in the sands and come back without being eaten, you get to be officially recognized as one of the greater warriors in the Bereshtek.
Sorry, I'm just getting it down my notes.
Yeah, it's a lot. So let me know if you need me to repeat anything. And that goes for everyone, really. If you need me to repeat anything, please feel free.
So, what was Nalu Honoa one more time? I do apologize.
The World Shaker.
World
Yeah, but
Earth
what was
Shaker.
it described? What was it described as besides Earthshaker?
It was a... Imagine the World Serpent.
Oh, fuck that. Okay.
Imagine the World Serpent filled with mindless rage. That is what Nalu Honua is.
So Jormungandr, but on the land.
The legend implies that Nalu Honua, thousands of years ago, created the Ashen Desert. That's what the legend states. Whether that's true or not, nobody knows. However, there's a giant fuck-all worm in the desert that has mysterious origins. So Haven, as well as many of the desert folk, have made a legend about it.
Apologies for that.
All good. Again, it was a lot of information, so I figured everyone needed a moment to sort of get things down. Diana kind of sees your reaction to this, Corey, and she goes, "You okay?"
Cora, do you want to roll something for like conveying that? But she was just gonna tell them everything, because I mean, otherwise the party wouldn't know.
I wouldn't make you roll anything for that. That was basically what the history check was for.
Yeah.
There's probably a solid like 30 seconds of silence from the choir until Theoden finally speaks up, like, "Well?" Keela sort of looks over to your group and goes, "The next stage of this mission, it just became significantly more dangerous. But something must be done."
I'll have to brush up on what the dune worms are weak to.
Yeah, knowing about these things if we're gonna venture there is probably a good idea.
Theoden kind of looks to your group. "Hopefully, if we're smart, we won't have to deal with them."
So, hey Tar, out of the
Yes.
map that was presented in the previously in the night, where would this you said it was a ruin. Like, what
It
was
is not a ruin. The Orcathion is hiding in, according to Theoden, has made its lair the body of Nalu Honua.
In its cavity, in its body.
Oh, God,
Yes.
okay, never mind. I apologize. I misunderstood that one. So
No, all
where-
good. That goes to show, honestly, that kind of goes to show the exact magnitude as to what Nalu Honua was. The fact that a gargantuan ancient dragon is hiding inside its body.
Yeah, that's it's beginning to look a lot like fuck this. So according to the map that was presented in the nights previous, where would that be?
there would have been a map or a section mapped the Ascian Verge to the south of Haven from on the map you guys would have you were given. It's provided you guys maintain good speed with your mounts. It's probably it's a bit different. Theoden was able to make good time because he was on his own. He was able to go with minimal delays. But a group probably your size on your mounts moving as well as you can, it would probably take a couple days.
So, a question.
In
If this
character
place
or
is-
above game?
In game.
Okay.
About how far out from this?
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless your bed.
About how far out from this corpse do worms' attacks start appearing? Is there something we should be worried about when we get there, or something we should be worried about when we're approaching there?
About the last 8 hours, 8 to 12 hours of travel with a group this size will be at risk. We'll need to move slowly. One individual moving through can get through rather unnoticed, but a group this size, well, we'll need to move a bit slower and take our time. I was able to get through in a few hours to get to the body. For the rest of us, it'll probably take half a day, maybe more, depending on how weather holds up. Which, truth be told, if weather gets bad, may be able to play that to our advantage.
We can hope. I have another question. You said that Orcathian is hiding out here surrounded by all these dune worms. Do the dune worms just not attack Orcathian because he's a big dragon, or are they intimidated by him, or what? Do you know?
The Doomworms are powerful, but even they're smart enough to recognize a threat bigger than them. That being said, I'm fairly confident that if a few of them were to tackle Orcathion together, they could probably obtain the upper hand, but they're not smart enough to strategize like that. In a one-on-one confrontation, I'm very, very confident that Orcathian will come out on top. 3 or 4, though? Well, that would be probably a dead dragon.
If Flet could, she'd be Gendo Ikari posing, just taking this all in.
Corey's looking over to Flit.
Anyone who would be looking up at the choir can see that a lot of them are like, fuck, this is bad. Even Eno's kind of like he's very stoic, like doesn't show a lot of emotion, but he is kind of like leaning forward with like his head in his hands like, fuck.
Something occurred to me. You mentioned earlier about why not Dune Striders, and this is probably a good reason why. Showing up in a even bigger group would attract even more attention, and on top of that, if we get to Orcathian, well, Orcathian might see a big force, and that could sour negotiations.
Make me a persuasion check.
$16?
He kind of thinks on your words for a moment. He kind of nods. You know what? That's just fair. I will give you credit for that. I just don't like the terms of our arrangement being changed, but I suppose I'll get over it. If you are as capable as this choir says you are.
That's and then some.
Keela speaks up at this point. Can you get them there? What, to the worm? Yes, to Orcathion. He kind of looks at your group and he kind of... You can see he starts doing, like, mental math. It'll be challenging and at a rate probably unfavorable to our current timeline, but yes, I think I could. Keela starts thinking again. Something needs to be done. Your group, go with that and seek out Orcathion. See if you can strike some sort of negotiation or deal. Present him the facts that you all have come across. Dragons are known to be well-spoken, strong negotiators. Hopefully he will come to see reason.
They're also very known to be very fickle. So I'm hoping it works.
We might be able to appeal to vanity if they are.
I
Yeah,
got that in spades.
We can spin it away.
You have evidence that he won't be able to ignore.
Yes, but in certain cases, some of these creatures tend to lean on their own truth.
Perhaps.
We'll work on how we present it to him.
If vanity is an issue, then the information that we came across, well, this person seems to be trying to use Orcathion. If I were a vain person, I really wouldn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, especially when it's a elven person in nature, so when Drow woman attacks Keela, he says kind of casually, yeah, that might fit them.
You see a few expressions change as some of the people in here knew what happened already, but a few of them are just kind of like, fucking what?
Is there like, so of the ones that know, could I get like a, could I like do an insight read on, I guess who would have, God, I don't know how to say
I'll
this.
say that I'll say because maybe this will help. The people who know are Keela, obviously, Baresh, Nithis, Taneri, and I'll give this one to you for free, and Ludric.
So,
Because Taneri would have told Ludric.
okay, so if that's the case, could I get like an insight on Sadon to see what his reaction was?
Sure, make me an insight check.
Do 22.
You see he kind of looks over to Keela, as you specifically said that Keela was attacked. And then he kind of looks back to you. That is a bold claim, considering that the High Speaker is without injuries. And Keela kind of shuts him down immediately and goes, He's telling the truth. I was going to wait until after this meeting, and next steps have been done to discuss this, but yes, last night I was attacked, likely by the same individual who stole the tribute to Orcathion.
Hey, Tart.
Yes.
Above game, would Corey have like evidence like of like bruises, like something showing like last night?
You
Or
have the
from last night?
needles.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Corey will take them out and plop them on the table. These needles were also used by them.
They're all sitting up on like a higher platform. You watch as Eno, like they're probably about 15 feet up. It's so they can literally look down on those who are in front of them. Very kind of prickish. But you watch as Eno, in a single moment, fucking stands up the moment those needles go on the table, and he leaps down.
Jeez.
I mean,
There's
without,
resounding
without
crash.
any
Like,
regard for
Cor
his,
puts a hand
for his
around them a little bit.
his own body.
Mm-hmm.
He comes over onto the table across from you, and you can see he's kind of like muttering to himself. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
Do I need to? She can read lips.
You can!
Observant.
You can see that he's saying to himself, I'm the fucking leader of security, and yet this is the first time I'm fucking hearing about this.
He's the what?
He's the leader of security. He's the head of security. And this is
Yeah.
the first fucking time he's hearing about this. Which kind of says to you, Keela did not tell Eno.
Yep.
And he comes over and you said you kind of tighten your grip around the needles.
Well, when he jumps down, like Cora, like puts like an arm, like kind of around them, just like, oh, whoa. It's just a movement thing. It's not a
Yeah.
specific thing.
Are you going to resist if he tries to take them?
She'll hand him one.
He almost swipes it out of your hand. Not necessarily as like a sign of disrespect to you, but just because he's like, are you fucking kidding me? How am I
Like
not
she holds
hearing
it out
about
and he's
this?
like,
Yeah.
snatch. He's like, whoa,
Thi-
what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
This man is in both a fervor and full of rancor.
Correct. And he starts looking over it. He sniffs it. Poison. And you can see as he turns around and he looks back at Tequila. Why are we just now hearing about this? This could have been any other member of the choir, and you are just now informing us of this. Tequila goes, because I'm not entirely sure that someone here isn't responsible for the attack. You hear Ulrich, who's been rather quiet off from the side. How dare you? What a presumptuous assumption. One of us would send an assassin after our own? Is that so hard to believe? Keela says, kind of looking to him like, bitch, you thought?
As unbelievable as a dragon coming to him.
As unbelievable as, hell, everything that's been happening this past week, honestly.
We have reason to believe that this assassination attempt was more... It was an attempt on, the above game, it's the High Speaker, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. More than just an attempt on the High Speaker's life. We were tipped off, in a way, about this. And it seemed like a setup, in particular, that we decided to follow through on with our own protection.
Flit, you
And-
are cut off by Eno, who turns to you, kind of pointing the needle at you and goes, and you didn't tell any one of us. Nithis speaks up. That's what, or not Nithis, Taneri speaks up. They told me.
Mm-hmm.
Corvin will kind of step forward a little bit. We were under the impression that subtlety and secrecy was of the utmost discretion, our utmost discretion. Any and all Doomstriders would have probably alerted the individual in question, especially when it appears as though the assailant was trying to frame Baresh of the attack.
You can see Eno looks up at Baresh, and Baresh, who kind of looked like he was going to say something until he started speaking, kind of follows up on what you were saying. Yes, I returned home to find a note asking me to meet behind the Keg Smasher Tavern at midnight. And he takes out the note and he throws it down to where Eno is. Eno, kind of almost at like a loss for words, kind of goes over and he starts reading the note aloud. And you can see various reactions from members of the choir as he reads this note. And then Keela speaks up. I, as well, received this letter. And he also throws it down to Eno. Eno, again, goes over and reads that note aloud. And he starts, like, pinching his brow. And he just looks fucking mad. Because, and Corey, anyone in this room can determine, no insight check required, it's because he was not told any of this, and he's head of security.
Question.
Yes.
Could Corey maybe, like, with an insight, like, can she insight him trying to see if it's coming from, like, if it's coming from, like, a certain place? Like, she's trying to, like, analyze this man's, like, you know, obviously for reasons, but yeah.
What do you mean when you say from a certain place? Like, can I just get a bit of clarification as to what exactly you're looking for?
Does he look sad? Like, kind of, like, as he's being told this? Like, obviously he's angry.
Okay.
Is it, like...
Make me an insight check. Oh,
28?
nice.
That was almost a nat fucking
It
one.
almost
would've-
was.
was
I
almost-
saw that
God,
dice
I
dance.
But it wasn't, so fuck you, 28.
Sad is not the word I would use.
What word would you use?
Forgotten. He feels like he was forgotten.
Ooh.
Aw.
In a rare show of emotion that in any of your interactions with this man you have not seen before.
What would be the proper term, like, the polite term to, like, use with him? Like, is it Mr.? Would someone, like, at her station, like, be expected
Speaker.
to call him? Speaker, you know? We weren't.
You watch as you begin to speak with him, he kind of just drops the two letters on the floor and he walks out.
Ooh.
You kind of look up to Hila, who has a bit of regret on his face, but ultimately is like, Hippocratic oath.
Yeah.
To sort of put an end to this discussion, I am fine. Reihua Kore and her cohorts were able to see to just that, and they were able to get us an identity on who exactly we're looking for. That being said, we can have the Dune Striders be on the lookout for whoever this individual is, while her and her group go out and try to negotiate with Olcathion.
There is one more thing of relevance with this particular event.
You hear
were able-
Ulrich, in almost like a frustrated fit, just goes, "Oh, what else could that be?"
This is more a positive thing, I guess. We were able to track them. We weren't able to apprehend them, but we were able to chase them. They slipped into the sewers.
You hear Dune, who has been quiet throughout this entire thing, just goes, "Sewers?
Through the
Gross."
shadows in the sewers.
Yes, they were able to manipulate them for traversing.
It might be warranted to look into that if you're trying to track this person down, or at least be more aware of where these entrances and outlets are.
Keela speaks up and he goes, I've already requested a small squadron of Dune Striders to start looking throughout the sewers in preparation for this meeting, in case something similar were to happen again. We are going to send out a more thorough investigation via the Dune Striders. Corey and Flit, In fact, hold on. Let me real quick. Actually, everyone except Sarah, Corvin, and Rovan. So this would be Lily, Flit, Corey, and Diana. You would see Sadon give Keela a rather unsavory look after he says that.
What kind of unsavory? Like anger, like pissed off. Like what?
Almost like the audacity of this bitch.
You said this was Keela to Sadon?
This was Sadon to Keela.
Ah, cool.
He doesn't say anything, but the group of you clock it. Keela speaks up again. Theoden, go and prepare, as well as the rest of you. Make whatever preparations you need. You will be provided with food and supplies, as well as whatever you need for this journey. But I suggest, I recommend, that you do your own preparations as well. The group of you are to head out of Haven before the end of the day and head into the Ascian Verge and meet with Orcathion. Theoden, who's just, ever since like the whole murder thing came up, has been kind of quiet. Like, Jesus Christ, this place is dysfunctional as fuck. Just kind of bows a little bit and goes, "It'll be done." And he begins to leave. I'll see you all by the stables. We'll give you all some mounts and some proper gear for your trip. Get cloaks. And you can see his cloak is covered in sand.
Flit has a deep, like, flashback of the last time that we traveled through here and getting sand all over her scales. Ooh.
Corbin does have the same thought with it being all up in his hair and kind of being trapped there for like a week.
The sound of the door as Theoden leaves kind of echoes throughout the chamber as the rest are silent. Eventually, Barash speaks up and goes, "I have one more thing I would like to say before this meeting is adjourned. I became so distraught and paranoid in the information I received, and the fact that I may be attacked and what it would mean for my people if this crime was to be blamed on me, that I didn't even consider the safety of the High Speaker who was so willing to help me in this matter. And for that I am truly sorry. And it won't happen again." Keela looks to him and goes, "You have nothing to apologize for. I will do it again." And Nithis at this point speaks up, who has also been quiet, and just goes, "Hopefully you won't have to." After a momentary pause, Keela speaks up. "And with that, speakers, I believe this meeting is adjourned for now." A few of them start to get up while a couple of them linger a bit longer. You see Ulrich and Dune, as well as Sadon, all kind of almost immediately kind of get up and leave. Dune has this look of just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, not quite mad, but just frustrated enough, you know?
It's like, why? Why does it all have to be happening?
Yeah, why did all this have to be dropped at one time? And the rest of them kind of stay a bit longer. Taneri goes over and starts talking with Ludric. The rest of you, though, are free to do as you see fit. There are a few council members around, as well as some who have just recently left, if you wish to speak with anyone. If you wish to do anything, now is a good time to do it. Master Orda, who kind of comes up behind you, Corey, and goes, well, that was a disaster.
It was a trash fire. She says, turning around to him.
Could have been worse, though. At least none of them started fighting each other. I wasn't quite sure what Eno was going to do when I saw that look in his eye.
I could.
I can tell what
Okay.
you're thinking.
Hmm?
Go find him.
Thank you, Master Orda.
He kind of gives you a
She-
slight bow.
She returns it. And starts running off.
Okay. We'll get to that here in a second. He turns to the rest of you. So, this assailant. Perhaps we should find a more quiet place to speak. Somewhere more secure. And he kind of looks up to the other choir members who are still here.
Do you know a good place?
Follow me. And he begins walking down the sort of rotunda around the chambers itself.
I will follow at least.
No, Sam. I want to know about this.
Do the rest of you follow? I mean, Corey, obviously not.
Nope.
Lily, Rovan.
I see no reason not to follow.
Lily.
River?
Lily is here for the ride. Sorry, my microphone was muted.
You-
All good.
oh,
I
that's
I
it.
watched you
touched it.
light up
You
and
breathed
nothing
on
came
it.
through, and I was like, hello.
I thought
Leo
the wire messed up again for you.
Leo was going to bed. So
Oh,
there
I
was
see.
lots of yelling.
No worries. No worries.
Aw. While we're leaving,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to do a insight check or a perception check based on how this is going. Who is the most pensive right now? Like,
Pensive.
Like thinking to themselves or perhaps alone?
Make me an insight check. I will say this will only be based on the people who are here,
Mm-hmm.
as some of them have left. Like, Eno will be excluded from this, Ulrich, Sadon, Dune, they'll all be excluded.
Okay. 23.
In terms of pensive, Keela, actually. You can see that not only is his exhaustion getting the better of him, the events of this meeting has taken a toll.
Yeah.
That is the look of a man who is questioning every decision he's ever made.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. He's looking rough. One more thing before you all start splitting up. Corey. Before you, or as you're sort of running off, you hear a message play in the back of your head from Diana, who goes, "Do you want me to come with? You're faster than me. I can't keep up." You can respond.
I don't know, actually.
Your call. Either What I'll say right now is that if you want her to, she will go with you to find Eno, or if you don't, if you just wanted it to be a one-on-one thing, she will go with the rest of the group.
Does Eno know Corey super well?
You are unsure. You know he knows of you and especially your current reputation.
Mm-hmm.
As
But he wasn't
for
like-
the term super well, that you're unsure.
Yeah. Go on ahead. Come on.
Okay. You slow down a little bit for Diana to catch up to you two, and the two of you begin to move on to find Eno. And with that, I think that's a good spot for a break.
Burke.
Ooh,
I'm gonna go get
dance.
popcorn.
Yeah. grab me some
I
snackies.
also enjoy just popcorn in general, but also I am enjoying this.
Yeah, this is getting good.
Yeah.
I had to think really hard about what Eno was thinking when all that information was dropped, and the perfect word to come to me was forgotten. And I was like, oh, there it is. That's
I
it.
know my
That's
feels.
it right there.
Seriously, I relate to that way too fucking hard.
That being said, we put on a bit more peaceful music. And we are going to take a bio break.
Drink your waters, stretch your legs. Sorry, stretch your legs, drink your waters.
Yeah, how dare you get it
I'm tired.
backwards?
Before we do that, I do need to thank Shadow Dancer Bob for the raid
Bob.
of 23 people. I should check. I actually don't know if Nightbot's working tonight.
Probably.
It wasn't working yesterday.
It wasn't working yesterday. It was working today. Oh, that's right. Tonight was Maelstrom. I always forget Maelstrom's on Sunday nights.
Maelstrom.
Yeah.
Ah,
half the
that
reason-
bot works.
Yeah, half the reason why I can't catch the show is because, doing this.
That is totally fine, he says, smiling because he's the DM and he doesn't want to be missing players. Bob,
Listen,
thank you very
yeah.
much for the raid. If people had to head out after the raid, do not worry. I appreciate you stopping on by. If you stuck around, hi! How are you? You're looking like a bit of a snack tonight. Wink.
Look at-
Winking noise.
The political intrigue, fucking charcuterie.
Oh.
I don't know. It's just like little tidbits here and then, like the information. Now we're like
I-
getting to like the heart of it. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Yes, chat. You're looking like a scrumptious little treats. Scrummy, scrummy, scrummy. I love Regal. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna take chat and I'm gonna cover them in custard.
Chat in the mask, always a pleasure.
Yes. But
Hmm.
if you haven't been here before, this is our 5e homebrew campaign, War of the Shared Sun, which I run here at twitch.tv/FiringTart. Our party is in the middle of some holy heck political intrigue, political espionage that is going around that I don't think any of them properly expected. But, yes, we do this every Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our party is almost at fucking session 100, which is crazy, considering. And our party is currently level 12. So yeah,
Well,
12. But that being said, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back.
what are we, like 12? Anyway. How's it going, chat? Sandman, I ain't no snack. I'm a whole damn meal with dessert.
You're absolutely a dessert, Sandman.
That's a lot of beef, that Sandman.
Yeah, he's very sweet.
I adore Sandman.
Yeah.
Sandman is good bean.
I adore the creative uses for cursing that he does.
Ain't that the truth?
Seriously, I don't know where he gets it from.
Oh fuck! Speaking of dessert, I think I have blondie mix still, or brownie mix. I know I have some kind of confectionaries.
Brownie. Oh yeah. So oh fuck! I forgot to fucking do the thing on the elsewhere. But so for my wife's birthday, part of her gift was I got her cupcakes.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got a couple of cookies and cream, a couple of lemons, and a couple of strawberry ones. And it's from this small place south of us. Very decently priced, amazing cupcakes. Oh my god! Like, we're going back there. We're definitely getting more from them.
I've been dropping the casual hint to the polycule that I really, really want a cake from a bakery this year, and not
Hell
like
yeah.
I'm not meaning like a fucking Walmart bakery. I mean like a local bakery. Like I want to support somewhere local.
Hell yeah!
And I actually found a place, and it's literally right fucking next door to where I get my hair done. And
Ooh.
oh my fucking god, it was so good. When me and Stolas went to go get our hair cut, I went and got a bunch of just cookies and sweets. And I took some for my hairdresser and brought some home for the rest of the boys.
Yeah. If
Support
if
your local businesses!
not, you can't see me, but I am nodding. Yeah, we went there as well as we went to we didn't really go to any place local for dinner for that night, but we went to a place called Smoky Bones. It was pretty good. The freaking drinks that they gave, my wife Tigeri and our partner Poppy, they those were strong. Those were strong drinks.
Oh, fuck. Speaking of, like, places to eat, I tried this place with JoJo up in OKC called Honey Bunny Biscuit Company.
I love that name.
It's fucking... Oh, my God. The name alone, 10 out of 10.
Yes.
But what they do is all of their stuff is made with biscuits, but they have a biscuit French toast. Now hear me out.
Oh,
And it's
please.
literally like maple syrup, whipped cream, candy pecans, fresh berries, powdered sugar, and they've turned this
That sounds
biscuit
delicious.
into like French toast, and it was the best fucking thing I'd ever eaten.
I hope we can get if okay, you sold me for
Dude, come
one.
visit me.
Thank you. I do you have the money, bro? I don't. I spent like you don't want to know how much I had to spend this weekend, but yes.
Look, seeing as how my Joe is in the process of he may have an interview within the next few weeks. We have high hopes for this job.
Yeah.
He has a lot of experience. He's put in for a lower position than, what he's qualified for. So he has a higher chance of getting it, and them just telling him, hey, we can give you more.
Yeah. But like
But it's living right in South Illinois, so I'd only be a few hours from you.
yeah, I believe when you mentioned it the last time, I believe like we actually did like kind of do Google Maps look into it, and you would only be like 3-4 hours away, I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which would be fucking rad. I'm
Oh, yeah.
only 6 hours from Tart and
Hello.
Punk. Hello.
Hello.
But yeah, if we ever go out in that area, river, I would definitely try and check that out. I definitely will try and see if they can do it without pecans, but yeah, that sounds delicious, and I need that injected into my veins.
Delicious.
Give me the sugar.
Sugar. I want to go to Crumble Cookie again, Punk.
Do it!
Yeah.
Do it! Do it, cowards! Place is so fucking good.
We can get it ordered
Uh,
too.
Yeah,
Is it within
Maybe.
DoorDash?
I'm a little low as my butt. Next month, yes.
Quick roll call just to see who's here. CG. No CG. No CG. Tart. J Frost. J Frost.
Hello, I'm back.
There's CG. J Frost. J Frost realizes he's muted. Eyes emoji. No J Frost yet. Joe.
Huh.
Punk.
Yup.
And Review. Alright, we're just waiting on J Frost then.
I will be right back myself. I just need to go grab something since chat's being attended to. They are behaving outside of Sandman, but yes.
Okay. How dare he leave after the roll call? I'm gonna eat a s'mores granola bar.
Ooh, that sounds bitchin'.
It's a triple
See-
pack. It's got s'mores, it's got dark chocolate chunk, and peanut butter chocolate chip.
See, you say that, but all I'm hearing is, s'mores. Probably has those styrofoam marshmallows in them.
The farmers.
Should probably. Let's see. I'm just thinking about what we're gonna do, like, for preparations and everything before we head on out. There were a few things I was thinking about, like, looking into for Gumtree, but I figure the window for investigations is a little bit past, and we just have to leave it to the choir for a little bit.
I mean, they've told you what your next step should be. Don't necessarily have to listen, though. Smilers.
I mean, yeah, but also that's kind of the whole reason we were here.
It is.
And yeah, like, not to mention, one job would require a crack team of skilled individuals, while another job would probably be more beneficial to a city guard.
I will tell you guys straight up, though, that I know it went from, hey, we did all these investigations, and now we're leaving immediately. That information that you presented to the choir is going to play vital roles in the next, in the oncoming events.
Understandable.
It's gonna not only the information that you've given to the choir in total, but also the information you've given to people like Keela, Nithis, Baresh. All that is going to play a factor in oncoming events. I know it's crazy. It's almost like you did your job.
Ooh.
Hey, competency. That's what we're here for, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Hell, you having high social stats, which is kind of crazy for the whole party.
Is J Frost back?
Sounds like a no.
J Frost? No, it sounds like a no.
Don't worry, Corvin. You've got 3 wisdom classes backing up the mouth of you.
That is true. That is true.
Mouth. Let's just say the mouth and also high intelligence for an investigation.
You
True.
guys have a very solid social party setup.
Hell yeah.
Just a very good party setup in general, honestly.
Mm-hmm. I
No,
can't
basically-
really think of a role that we're like missing, except maybe like Blaster. That's about it.
That's Sarah's role.
Well,
I
no,
was gonna
that
say she is the DPS, but I think I know what CG's trying to say. We don't really have a whole lot of like AOE.
Oh, I get what you mean.
hmm like Sarah is really good DPS, and Ravon is as well. But like, for a horde encounter, we have some options, and like spike growth and crowd control from a couple of the casters. Absolutely, we have that in spades, but we don't have like fireball on demand sorcerers and wizards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
J Frost, we're just talking about party comp.
at best,
Okay.
blaster wise, all I have is shatter.
We're just talking about how you guys are very well set up. The only thing you could really improve on is your ranged AoE abilities.
Like, I basically have Cone of Cold, and that's good and all, but it's also a 5th level and not really as damaging as some of the old standards.
So,
Like- As much as like people like to make fun of fireball, it is very efficient.
Oh, absolutely.
it is. Now, something to actually take in mind, though, especially when it comes to the party's composition and its capabilities of saying, like, horde fights. Yeah, we have some slowdown AoEs, like Bramble Scramble, yeah?
That was actually what we were just discussing, yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. While we may not have stuff like, Fireball or maybe Lightning Bolt, we do have access to other things that do allow us to be able to take on multiple enemies.
Yeah.
I mean, for God's sakes, just Wild Shape alone from Flit is enough to go off against a whole horde of enemies.
You guys are
Oh, yeah,
definitely set
frickin-
up in a way that makes up for your lack of quote-unquote blaster.
Like the fire elemental Flit can turn into alone can do a lot of passive damage just by having her like walk, float, breeze past them.
And not only that, isn't there like a second elemental that can be brought out?
I can bring out all 4.
Oh!
I
Not
just
at one
tend to-
time.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, like, an air elemental and a fire elemental working together can create a massive burning inferno.
No, I can't bring out multiples. I mean, I can turn into all 4s.
Oh, I thought I was talking about, like, if you bring out, like, an air elemental when you transform into a fire elemental.
And that's not freaking getting into the whole combination conversation that Cora did with her starry form and wild shapes.
Yeah, I mean, think about it like this way. A single tidal wave combined with an electricity shock basically creates a lethal tsunami.
I'm also saying, like, if Cora does like the form of the archer and like turns into like a bird or something like that with her action, yeah, you could just like drop freaking ranged attacks from above, and they can't do shit to stop you.
Alright, are
Mhm.
we good to continue? Quick,
I'm good to go.
quick
I got
final
no
roll
problem.
call. CG,
Hey.
Tart, J Frost. J Frost?
Yeah, you cut out there.
You cut out, buddy.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Tart, with that, J Frost.
Gang, gang.
Joe. Punk. Punk cut out a little bit, but that's fine. It was funny.
Yo.
And River.
Yo, listen.
Alright. Let me put some new music back on. So, coming back into our scene, we're gonna start things off with Corey. Corey, you and Diana begin going in pursuit of Eno, who you're not entirely sure where he went. You're not even sure if he's still in the building itself. Go ahead and, with advantage, because you have assistance from Diana, make me an investigation check. Let's see if you can track him down.
18.
18. Give me 1 second. Ooh. Hold up. God damn it, that's close enough that I have to check his modifier. Fuck. Hold on. Okay. You continue moving on. You're not able to find him. you're able to determine that either he is purposefully remaining hidden or he is not in the building.
Can Corey Welch be a bloodhound?
Into a bloodhound?
Or like, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You turn into a small blue bloodhound. A blued hound, if you will.
Which is kind
A
of funny
blue
because
sit hound.
it's funny because Blut is actually blood in German.
True. That being said, go ahead and this time I'll make it perception, which you'll have advantage on to try to see if you can catch a whiff of him.
Soft 20.
That matches his previous roll.
Stuff.
You begin
Tail
sniffing.
wagging, she takes off.
He seems a bit hidden. You are trying your best to get your sniffer on him, and then catch a whiff. And you, like a fucking bullet, you run off, and Diana's like, "Wait, hold on, I'm coming!" She takes off behind you. You do find that he was in fact not in the building, but rather on top of it. As you find a way, you find that his scent goes up to the roof.
She'll turn back before she talks to him.
You see the door to the roof is slightly ajar, and you kind of push through it as you shift back and from your wild shape. And you can see he's just sitting on the edge, overlooking the city.
It's not what you think. He says gently.
You hear him take a deep breath. I know. I know. It's my job to protect this city. And I feel like at every moment I'm still the bad guy in the eyes of all of my peers. The ones down there, the other members of the choir, even to you and your friends.
Well, you did push Nemesis when you came in the other night, but that's...
You really haven't done this before, have you?
She turns pink.
There's a small stifled chuckle from him.
I was trying to say, other than that, circumstance has just presented you to us as an asshole. That is
Wow, you really
something that
haven't
can
done this
shut
before.
shut up. That is something that can be corrected, though. And she extends a hand towards him.
Make me a persuasion check.
Nine.
9. He doesn't take the hand, but he does stand. And he gets down from the sort of ledge that he was on. Don't let my behavior and my mannerisms dissuade you. I can't ignore that you have and your friends have been doing a great service for the city. However, next time any vital information like this turns up, it needs to come to me. Do you understand? Corey, make
She
me an
looks
insight
around.
check.
Mm-hmm. 18?
This is the look of a man on the edge. And your next words need to be placed very carefully.
Wait, hold on.
Not the literal edge. He's not going to kill himself.
No. Does he look like... Hold on, I'm getting like aggro vibes, like, excuse me.
He's
are you
not
about
going
like,
to
wallop
fight
me?
you either.
Does this look like a man who's like nearing the end of his rope, like on like his like sense of self, I guess?
This is the look of a man whose sense of justice is becoming more clouded with the constant barb set and hatred that is thrown his way. Which, you know, that a lot of that he brought on himself. This is a man pitying himself.
He said,
What's that?
I'm sorry?
One more time?
I didn't hear anything that time. Is it something wrong with my computer?
You are roboting a little bit.
There you are.
Hello.
Sorry.
You're good. You're roboting a little bit. I think it's just our internet being fucky.
Continue.
This is a. So where did you lose me? I guess I should ask.
I heard... I don't think I... Pitying himself?
That was the very last thing I said.
Yeah, okay. So we'll go from there.
No, I'm saying that was the last thing I said before
Okay, okay.
shit started getting weird. That was
Like,
literally the
actually
last thing
pitying.
I said.
Hold on, I'm looking in her inventory real quick.
Okay. She's looking at her spells right now.
How close is she to him?
Close. You're like not even 5 feet. You're very close. You're
Oh,
right
it's
in
like
front of him.
within arm's reach.
Yes.
Okay, she's gonna push him, like, thump him on the shoulder.
Okay.
You... Bad. No. It again. And she's like... She's got, like, a teasing kind of look in her eye, but also, like, she's still, like, holding still, like, the serious vibe. She's scolding him for being a dick.
He gives you a slightly confused look. That look of like, did you just... He's quiet for a moment and he goes, there will be hell to pay after all of this. And he says, kind of just looking off into the city.
Well, when we find the culprit, you can get in line to beat their ass.
There's still a culprit to find. You watch as he begins to walk away. Do you stop him?
You know you're helping, right?
He stops. He turns back to you. I know.
Holding down the fort here while we're going to look for him? Or them? Or also him as a champion?
I will do my job. Don't worry about that.
You're helping. You're part of this. She says, raising a brow, like,
Make me one more persuasion check.
fuck me! Nat 1.
Please
Oh
tell me.
no!
Do you have inspiration?
You,
I
remember
did. I
you-
wanted
just
to
Yeah,
dragon.
I remember that being given.
Fine, I'll use it.
burn the inspiration.
15?
Significantly better.
A lot better.
He looks at you, and he gives you sort of a silent nod. And he turns back around and he continues to walk back to the door. He passes Diana, where he stops. And he says something to her. You're a bit far, you can't quite hear. You're able to tell that he said something, but you're not sure what it was.
Damn it, she couldn't read his lips either.
His back's to you.
Damn it.
And he keeps going. And he leaves.
I looks at Diana, confused, like raising a brow. What?
She comes over to you. She gives you a kiss on the cheek. He said, "I'm very lucky."
Huh?
This is a Corey Rovan moment right now.
Hold on a sec.
Nug.
Corey's pike is showing.
Is my dog okay, punk? You can hear him berating our neighbors. With that being said, this does seem like a good opportune time to move to the other group. If that's cool with everyone.
Fine by me.
Alright. You all are taken by Master Orda into a small meeting room within the rotunda of the chambers itself. It looks like this is a room made for, like, building staff. Also, hello, Punk. To kind of cap off on the thing with Corey, when you say "whoa," Diana kind of pats you on the head and goes, "You'll find out when you're older."
Did my words get... Did I get through to him? Did he get it?
Are you saying this in game?
Yes.
I don't know. He looked thankful though.
I really hope so.
I do too.
You ever see some, like, misunderstandings that feel almost like a crime? Like, it's just, if there were just a little bit more information, it wouldn't have happened.
Dear, I work for the church.
Yes, but this is information, like... Wait. What the hell goes on in your church?
Everything. She says with a slight fear in her eyes.
Do you guys take confessionals?
Yes.
I see.
We're a church.
Not every church does that. I don't know. I haven't read about a lot of religions. I look up some of like their basic customs and that's about it. I don't get too into it.
She kind of takes your hand. Come on, let's go find the others.
But it just felt like one of those, you know? Just as she walks with her.
Yeah, it did.
I didn't.
You did the right thing.
You felt like you got left behind.
You did the right thing.
I did all I could. I don't know if it was right, but
Oh, I guess we'll find out, won't we?
man, why emotions gotta be like that? It was just an impartial thing. We just said what we knew and the people we ran into. But it's not like he would get that. Not right now.
That is a man who is obsessed with his job. And I can tell because of something that happened to him, it hurts him when he can't do it. That is not for us to pry on.
True. I guess. I hope. I don't know.
The two of you go.
I thought he was gonna punch me when I scolded him.
I thought he was too, as well.
But you see what I meant, though, right? Like you know what I was going for. Like
No, I got it.
it was like a reflex from him. He's like, when a dog like growls and they're like, no, bad.
Did you just compare the head of security to a dog?
When he stops growling like one, I'll stop.
Ooh, got him.
Mhm.
The two of you continue moving on to find the rest of your group. The rest of you, as I said before, you are brought to a smaller meeting room. You assume it's probably for building staff to use for, like, business meetings or something to determine, like, what needs to be fixed, what needs to be renovated, what, you know, just basic logistical things.
Mhm.
You all are brought by Master Orda. You know that Corey and Diana are somewhere. They're not with you at the moment. But he sort of walks you all inside and closes the door behind you all. And he draws his fist. I need everyone to roll initiative. No.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
So,
Oh no, another level 20 monk. What will we do?
Politics are a war after all.
So, you all wish to know about this individual that attacked Keela, I presume.
Oh, very much so, yes.
Well, I can tell you what I know. Fortunately, I don't know everything.
I mean, every little bit helps.
What I could tell you is that this individual was not a student of mine. But I have a feeling that they were a student of someone I used to know. A friend. That is something I need to investigate. But if this individual is who I think it is, they are not to be trifled with. If this individual is who I think they are, then you all have gotten yourself in way deeper than perhaps we originally thought.
Not to downplay the situation, but you underestimate this how deep of everything that we've ever gotten into since we've kind of gathered together.
Are you all familiar with the Nine of Ravens?
Do you what now?
You all know what that is.
Yep.
9 of Ravens?
Gonna need a memory jog in here, Chief.
I'll drop you a name that should make things clear to you. Toriel Lingard.
Yep.
Oh,
That's the, may I say it above game.
Yes, absolutely.
So that is a assassin order that is affiliated with the Raven Queen. Toriel is a member.
Toriel.
Oh.
Toriel is
Toriel, that's the
number
Jagged Rose, right?
Yes. Toriel is number 7.
Mm. Mm.
You also know, because you were told this, that one of Amadeus Voilier's lieutenants, one of his colorful motherfuckers, is also one. Number
Who? You cut out.
Yeah, you
Yeah, just a bit.
cutting out.
I hate our internet right now. You were told that Amadeus Voilier, one of his 3 colorful private guards is also one of this order. They're number 4.
Hmm.
You said Valier?
Valier. The head general for Asterios' army.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry, it's been a hot minute.
All good. This individual before you is number 3. Kasula Vance. And I will drop that name for you.
Thank you.
For clarification, his old friend or the person that we are in?
The person you're currently hunting. He didn't give you the name of his friend.
So, these 9 of Ravens, we haven't really done a whole lot of investigating into them. Do they typically take assassination requests?
Absolutely. That is primarily what they take. And they only
So
take
is-
jobs that benefit them. So there's something definitely major going on here that we are unaware of. Kasula Vance refers to herself as the Shadow. As I'm sure you can... The name is admittedly a bit on the nose, as I'm sure you can assume why. She's a shadow elf. As well as a shadow monk. A lot of shadows. Again, bit on the nose.
I mean, if you have a aesthetic, may as well point towards it, but a little too much for my tastes.
Kasula got her reputation for her ability to get into places that no one else could. If she's here, chances are she's likely the one who stole the tribute. Chances are she probably could have snuck into the treasury as well.
Octavian did say somebody of elven heritage was one who stole from him.
Correct.
So who hired her?
Well, that's the question of the hour, isn't it? That is something we must determine. Something the choir must determine, as you all right now have a far more important mission to see to. That being said, with something of this magnitude, perhaps I can extend my stint into this town a bit longer.
We'd be most appreciative.
I'll keep an eye open. That being said, if you are to face this individual again, do it as a group. There's no telling how a fight against her would go on one-on-one. She is extremely dangerous, and even more lethal, as her poison was able to show you before. Kila is not a frail individual, despite his position. He's seen warfare. He's seen bloodshed. And even then, a single needle was able to bring him to his knees. Do not take her lightly. Keep an eye open on the shadows.
We'll do our best. Though, that does give me an idea.
I mean, not to brag, but I do think that we did a pretty good job at trying to restrain her.
Do we still have one of those needles?
You guys have several of them. I presume that somebody picked them up after the meeting adjourned. Probably Corey, right?
I was just gonna say, yeah,
was-
Corey
yeah,
mentioned
probably.
she had them.
So you
Yeah.
guys don't have them at the moment, but you do have them.
If we have the poison, do you think we could use it to perhaps make an antidote? If we have to face her again, that might help even the odds.
You could certainly try, but if her reputation is anything to go off of, she likely changes the recipe of her poison to keep it fresh, to make it so that an antidote can't be nailed down. But it will probably give you an edge.
Well, here is question I have. How do we deal with, shadowy... Kind of makes like a hole with his hand, and then just like the other hand kind of makes the whole wispy thing. Wispy hand gesture.
The biggest thing you'll have to make sure is that if you do come to blows, don't give her a chance to get out. Fight her in an area wide out in the open, someplace she can't leave. Somewhere concealed, somewhere out in the open, somewhere where she'll be stuck and have to fight.
So an open field, or just nowhere where there's any buildings.
Or perhaps a desert.
How are you going to lead her to a desert?
We'd have to figure out what our motives are first. Yeah, we know that they were going after Keela, but for what reason we don't know.
And with that being said, Keela's still in danger. The Ravens never leave a job unfinished.
Wait, if that is case, then we already have perfect bait.
We may have the bait, but we don't really have a good trap to catch her in. And I don't really like the idea of using Keela again if we can avoid it.
I'm sure he would agree. I will attend to Keela while you all are gone. I will make sure nothing happens to him. The rest of you, though, you need to do something about that dragon.
Yeah.
Corey, this is around the time that you enter.
Oh, hey Corey.
Hey, everyone.
So, Master Order just dropped an entire bomb of information onto us.
Oh?
You know that organization that's Toriel, you know, the one that Corvo is seeing? The assailant is a part of the exact same organization. In fact, the one we're after is ranked higher than Miss Toriel.
We think of her as like a traitor bitch, right? Like above game.
Toriel?
Toriel?
I don't think we have any opinion of her one way or another.
You guys,
Not really. We've been
guys-
drinking with her.
Yeah, you've been drinking with her. She has
she's-
a bit.
she's
She
chill.
holds a bit of respect for you guys for your ability.
It's like... It's basically the equivalent of we're dealing with the League of Assassins, and Toriel is basically like Catwoman.
Ah.
Yeah, I can see that.
So she is cool with us because she likes us to some degree.
She holds respect for you guys, so she currently has no animosity towards you now. She wouldn't call you friends, but she doesn't call anyone friends. She would call you, though, as people she knows.
We are friends of her boyfriend.
We are
Correct.
we are on one of two lists. There's the people that I kill list, and then the people that I keep an eye on list, and we are on the people we keep an eye on list.
There's the people I kill list and the people I don't kill list. Currently, you guys are on the don't kill list for now.
Oh, good God. This is gonna mess up everything we have with Toriel.
She might
Are
get
you
a promotion.
Are you saying that in game?
Yes.
You're saying that in game, okay?
Yes. Yes.
Master
Because
Order
Corbin
will...
brought up Toriel, so it's like it's not like she's bringing it up.
Yeah. Master Order will speak up. I wouldn't worry about that. Most of the Ravens realize that anything that happens to them is professional. And I wouldn't expect Toriel, as you named her, to hold any animosity towards you for the downfall of a comrade.
Also, if the numbers are in, she might get a little bump in her position.
I believe if her way of expressing it would be shit happens.
Hmm. Point.
That being said, if you all don't have any more questions, I really should go and find Keela.
Keep your wits about you.
You as
There's
well.
there's a lot going on, and we know what we're up against, but not entirely sure what we're up against here.
You all keep each other safe. Nobody knows what the next few days will bring. Speaking of, you can come out. He kind of calls out. There's a moment of quiet, and then you hear a couple of footsteps come out as Baresh makes himself seen. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. But I wanted to express my gratitude to you all for, well, ensuring Keela's safety. I don't know if I could have forgiven myself if he had died on my account.
Well, I don't think we would have either. But it didn't, so we can't be thinking about that way, right? We have a lot that's going on, going forward and in the now. So we can't spend a lot of time thinking about how things could have played out, right? We gotta keep going.
Right. I just wanted to come in here and perhaps give you a few pieces of information that could help you in whatever you're getting into. Specifically about your Sherpa. Theoden.
Uh-huh.
Theoden is a very capable warrior and he upholds his contracts. He should be able to keep up with you all. However, I want it to be known that that does not necessarily make him an ally. In this grand scheme of what is currently happening, he is in this for himself. He has some ulterior motive. God, I can't fucking say that for some reason. Ulterior motive for accepting this contract from us, and we are not entirely sure what it is. Keep an eye on him as you're moving. But as long as your goals align, he should fight with you.
What kind of crosses her arms? You know, the last time we were here, I did actually bump into Theoden. And I don't think he remembers, but I got a sense that he had quite the grudge against Orgathion. When everyone was concerned about the dragon when we were back here, but everyone was taking defensive measures, I guess, would be the way of saying it, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I bumped into Theoden, he looked ready to take offensive measures, and was frustrated, I think, that he couldn't. So, maybe why
Opportunity
he...
knocks.
I think, if I were to take a guess, just, and without any information, this is all just speculation. If we were to approach Orcathion and get to a position where diplomacy might be an option, I'm not sure Theoden would choose that route.
Then perhaps
So-
you keep. It's probably for your best interest to keep him on the back burner when you meet Orcathion then.
Right. Thank you, Baresh.
If you have any questions for me, I will be around. Feel free to come see me before you leave. Perhaps I can help you.
Okay. I think I might take you up on that offer, but I have a few errands to run myself.
He nods. Oh, then I wish the best of luck to all of you. I hope to see you on the field of battle. Under more suitable terms. He gives a small smile.
But we'll smile back.
And with that, he'll take a small bow and he will leave. Master Ora will begin to follow him. I'm going to go find Keela. If you all wish to discuss before you head out, this is a good place as any to do it. I'll make sure that Keela is safe until you all return.
Thank you, Master Orda.
Oh. And Kore,
Yes?
when you get back, we need to have a small discussion. If that was alright with you.
Who is it saying this?
Master Orda.
Of course, Master.
He kind of nods his head, and he too leaves. And it's just your group in this room. Diana speaks up. Today's gonna be a day, isn't it?
Oh, for sure.
It is if I make it. Do you think I did something wrong? Kill me.
I don't think he'll kill you.
I actually wanted to ask you guys a question as well. Because I know we had a couple ideas flowing in terms of Orcathion. It sounds like you guys may be heading into some serious danger where you're going. And if that's the case, I think I'd rather be with you. But I know that we still don't have all of our components for the Legend Lore spell. And I don't know when Gumtree is going to get those in. And so I may need to be here if we want to do that spell still. So I wanted to leave the choice up to you guys. Do you want me to have your back, your healer, or do you want me to try and figure out what I can know and try and figure out what I can learn about Orcathion and maybe even keep an eye on the place around here? I'd feel bad if I stayed behind and then something happened to one of you guys. You know, like a dragon fight.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's probably... If I'm gonna be totally honest, I'm a little more concerned about everything around the dragon at this point. Dragons are scary, but at least you can talk to them. And the fact that he isn't actively attacking the village means he has some sort of aversion to open conflict and probably won't jump to it. But Dune worms, that sounds like something that if it sees you, it eats you.
Yeah.
That's kind of my worry when it comes to Orcathion.
It sounds like there's going to be a lot of danger regardless of what you guys decide. There's going to be danger here and there's going to be danger out there. So, again, that's why I want you guys to decide what role I play in this.
Okay.
The idea.
Well put,
of,
Ravon.
Ravon's
The
not
i-
gonna force people.
Yeah, but you can weigh in.
What do you want me to do? Okay.
The idea of the Archpriest of the Ecodea talking to a dragon definitely would fit the vanity personality. Bless you, babe.
Bless.
Gesundheit.
Flit hesitates a little bit. May I give my opinion? Kind of looking to the rest of the group.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Diana, you are one of the most capable people that we've run into. And I think right now, with the city and that it's in, with an assassin running around, I think you could do more good here. We would be in danger, yes. But I also feel like Orcathian is a big... I hate to say it, but I think he's a big distraction right now. After what we learned last night. I'd feel better if one of us was here to kind of keep an eye on things. We have Master Orda, but Master Orda is just one person. And if someone were to, say, get poisoned again, if all of us are gone, I don't know what could be done there.
We need someone to stay and help protect home. At least
Oh,
my
you're
home.
biased because you know there's going to be danger. You don't want me out there.
No, I'm actually not thinking about that this time. I'm thinking about Keela and whoever else could get hurt next time.
Hmm.
And also, my family's here. This person saw me. They have access to a wealth of knowledge. It would not be hard
Okay.
to figure out which strings to pull with.
You see, as you mentioned your family, Diana kind of gives you a look of like, oh, fuck. Yeah, you're right. Right. I'll stay here then. Try my best to hold down the fort. I'll coordinate with Master Orda, Keela, Baresh, maybe even talk with Nithsis or Eno if he'll allow.
So you'll stay here, but do one of us also have to stay behind to keep guardianship?
No, I think the rest of you should go. You're gonna need all of you out there to handle whatever comes your way.
I agree. We are going to need a lot of muscle going forward, but I think a perceptive, intelligent healer can do a lot of good here.
You can see that she starts thinking for a moment. And you watch as she closes her eyes and she takes a deep breath. And I'm actually gonna roll something.
Oh no.
Okay. After a moment, her eyes open back up. Apollo is quiet. I don't know what that means. But I'm gonna trust your all's judgment, and I will stay here. And do what I can. Above game, I just for shits and giggles tried her divine intervention.
Fair enough.
It was
figured.
74.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I was looking at her sheet and I was like, oh, she has divine intervention. Let's see if I can put a whole fucking damper in this entire arc.
I just imagine Apollo as like, oh, someone needs some sunshine? It just shines like a spotlight forever on the Shadow Monk.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
You ain't never getting away now, bitch.
Now, you all have to promise me something, though. That all of you will come back safe.
Of course.
I promise.
I will do my best to please everyone here.
I have plenty of magic, so I'm going to pass this off to you guys for now. And she is going to, on the table that you all are kind of standing around, she is going to put one singular superior healing potion.
Ooh.
Nice.
And kind of offer that out to the group.
Flit will smile. That just doesn't seem right. You're giving us something. I think we should do an even trade. And Flit is going to reach into her bag and give Diana a bead of force.
Ooh, okay. Let me put that in her inventory. She looks at it and goes, hopefully, I won't have to use this, but I will definitely keep this in mind.
Also, Diana,
Yes,
if you could do me one favor.
Real favor or a Corvin favor?
Like he actually looks at Paul because the nerve. No, a real favor. Just keep an eye out for Sadon. I think that he might be the one in question, or the one who hired
Oh, so
the what's up?
she was just gonna say, oh, so you clocked that look as well.
There was a look.
Oh, I see.
There was a look.
There was a look.
There was a look.
I suspected him early on, ever since Lily found his diary pages, and then, well, the sorry, my brain's failing me right now. And then what he said when we presented the evidence of Kila's attack, he seemed as though we were lying.
It sounded as though we accused him specifically.
When we didn't even say anything. All we said was Kila was attacked. He was the first to react.
We said, yeah.
I keep things intentionally vague for a reason. If you could keep an eye on him, that would be fantastic.
Alright. Yeah. I will try to see if I can get something out of him. Some sort of information. Perhaps it's time for a bit of communion between churches. She kind of gives a bit of a smile.
Corvin does the finger guns motion.
Alright. You guys need to go and gather your things. I don't know. I assume you guys are leaving soon. So go get what you need. And if you need me for anything, come and find me.
Okay.
She kind
So
of
that-
gives your hand a squeeze, Corey.
She squeezes back.
What are you gonna say, CG?
I was just gonna say, Flit's gonna look to the rest of the group. So, What do we need to do? What do we want to do?
That's a great question. What do you guys want to do? You have a little bit of time to prepare. You were told to leave before the end of the day. If you want to get mileage out, it's best to leave sooner than later. So, that being said, what does everyone want to do? I know Flit wants to visit Gumtree. What about the rest of you?
I'll go with Flip.
You're gonna go with Flit. Okay.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to go to see Gumtree as well?
Will also accompany Flint.
Okay.
Same. We're all going.
It sounds like everyone's going to see Gumtree. Ravan?
I'd like to see Gumtree too.
I just realized I don't think I have to get something real quick.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
I have a question.
I have an
I have a
answer.
concern.
It's nothing bad. I just realized I need to
Good.
make something very important.
While scrying, you can't use Circlet of Telepathy, can you?
No.
Okay, thought so.
Although,
Thought so. That being
I will-
said, if Corey goes with, will we have time for anything else, or is that the only thing that she can do?
If you're all going, it depends on what else you want to do.
Corey wants to try and find Sadon. Really more just to spy, not to directly contact.
I will allow a quick investigation on Sadon if you want that.
Okay.
the only other
after. Yeah, this first, though. I'm not, like, pushing for anything.
the only other thing that Corbin would want to do is like help gather supplies and what could help out in the desert. So like cloaks, lanterns, you know,
Yes, guys,
forks.
yes.
Nope, got that.
Above game, me as the DM, I'm going to tell you, get cloaks.
Yeah.
Yup.
I remember a certain tactics of PAX, and yes, I have an idea. Also,
What?
when it comes to scrying, we have Kasula's needles, which are one of her possessions, as well as we have first-hand knowledge with her, and we if we can like draw it out or like use minor illusion for it, we have a likeness, so we have a good shot of having her fail.
True.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of agree. That's a good idea.
Maybe after Orcathion?
Well, I was thinking that we could do shopping first and then find a nice safe place to do a little scrying.
Yeah.
Preferably in an area that won't be disturbed.
See, here's my opinion of that. We do it as we are bedding down, as we are in transit.
Good point. And if we were to throw up, say, like tiny hut, you wouldn't be able to. Nobody would actually be able to look in on us.
The only other person we'd have to really keep wary of is Theroden.
Who,
I'll tell
let's
you
be
straight
honest,
up, Theroden's not going to care if you yell
Yeah,
scry.
he don't give a fuck.
Exactly. Like that's
Worst comes to worst, we put him in the sleeper hold.
worst comes to worst. We could have someone just chat him up and bug the fuck out of him.
I can tell y'all exactly how a conversation with Theroden about scrying on someone is going to go. Hey, Theroden, do you care if we scry on someone? Theroden responds, I literally couldn't care less.
is this person Orcathian? No? Then why are you talking to me?
Why should I
I don't
bother?
give a shit.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, but yeah, like that's just my thought.
Yeah, scrying and there's something I can do, but it's going to be on the road, so I feel like a shopping trip and preparation are probably in the cards right now.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, let me change the music as we are in a bit less of a serious scenario at the moment. As you all head out to meet Gumtree. You all go over to Gumtree's shop, and Lily, you've never been here before, but you can tell that this is very much like an apothecary / general goods store. And as you all enter, you all see the familiar visage of Gumtree.
Ah, the good lad.
The good
Look
boy.
at that. Look at that frickin' lad.
The whole good boy.
He's
Looking
a
like a
whole ass Bobot.
Looking like a robotic turtwig.
Gumtree sees you all enter, and Gumtree, incapable of speech, kind of excitedly jumps up and kind of gives you all a wave, a small excited wave.
Hi, Gumtree.
A smiley face flashes on the screen on his belly.
Just a casual wave.
I hope everything's been going well for you.
A thumbs up appears, and you watch as Gumtree reaches over and he grabs what looks like a set of chalkboards that appear to have pre-written messages on them.
Oh,
And he holds up one that says, "How can I help you?"
Oh, that's cute. That is adorable.
We're here to do a little shopping today. I wanted to take a look at your wares.
You watch as he kind of gestures around the store, kind of grandiose, kind of like a go, be free, explore.
Flit is also, as everyone's kind of looking around, Flit's also gonna go, I was also looking for, let's see, what is it? This is dumb. Some incense and sacrificial offerings. That's really weird.
You see as a sad face comes up across the screen as you mention incense, and Gumtree points over to what looked to be a whole section dedicated to incense that now has almost like police tape across it that just says "sold out."
Oh, yeah.
And you watch as a 8-bit pixel image of Diana shows up.
I love it.
Also, hang on. Didn't we ask Orda if he could bring in some incense?
we did.
He didn't leave, though. I'm pretty sure it takes several days to get from the Sanctum back to Haven and vice versa.
Yeah. Above
And-
game, that incense from Orda will come while you guys are gone.
Okay.
Okey-doke.
Above game, I didn't really, this wasn't for Legend Lore, this was actually for a different divination spell.
Hopefully he brought excess.
Yeah, we'll find out, I
We did
guess.
ask for all.
But yes,
for
unfortunately,
a lot.
Gumtree is currently out of incense. As for the sacrificial offerings, you watch as Gumtree kind of tilts his head and a question mark appears.
I don't understand it either. I really don't.
Above
Sacrifice a lot
game,
of
can you
things.
send me the spell?
Yeah, it's just divination. It requires incense and a sacrificial offering appropriate to your religion, which, because it used to be cleric only, had that. Worth 25 gold, which the spell consumes.
You see Gumtree starts thinking for a moment. He starts kind of tapping. Above game, I don't know what Gumtree's hands look like. I don't know if he has actual hands, but I'm picturing the little pincer claws. He's got the clamps, and he kind of starts tapping his face with his what would be his chin with one of the clamps. And you see a exclamation point come across the screen, and he rushes into the back for something. He comes back out about 30 seconds later with a small object covered in a red tarp. And
Ooh, fancy.
he holds it out to you for you to take.
Flit will do so.
And as you do, with one of his clamps, he removes the red tarp. And it looks like a solid gold cactus. Just like a solid gold, like softball-sized cactus.
Oh, wow. You know what? That fits you. Kind of looks on over to Gumtree.
He kind of like claps his clamps together, and you watch his head like kind of spin on a swivel.
Oh, speaking of cacti, Flit is going to pull out the cactus that she got from Gumtree all that time ago. I still got the one that you gave me. I've been keeping care of it.
You see a smiley face come across, and he starts like looking at the cactus, like making sure it's like still well taken care of. And after a small investigation, he looks at you and he points at the gold one, and then the number 15 appears across his chest. Above game, you're getting a discount because you're taking good care of his cactus.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
It will
That's a
still
nice
count.
bonus.
It will still count as a 25 gold piece offering for the spell, but you're getting a discount because you're taking care of his cactus they gave you.
That's a nice bonus. I just wanted to talk to him about how his cactus is doing well.
Yes.
Cute.
Flit will gladly pay that.
Okay. Go ahead and add golden cactus to your inventory. I now need to roll something for him. Oh, that's good enough. He then looks to you, and he kind of like taps his clamp on his shin a little bit, like he's thinking. And then you watch as he pulls out another small cactus and puts it on the counter.
Oh, you're spoiling me. Flit is absolutely taking that cactus as well.
Okay, you have another cactus now. You can tell that he was struggling to be like, do I still offer this person a cactus considering they just bought a cactus?
Listen, I take care of my garden at home,
Yes, absolutely.
which I'm realizing now it's going to have quite a desert theme with the lotus that's also going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
That is my immediate purchase. So
Okay.
I'll let the rest of the party look around for a bit.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Would we have gotten any money from the choir when they said that they would help us get things?
They didn't give you any money. What they're going to do is that they're essentially paying for your basic supplies. So like rations, food, or rations, tents. They're gonna give you mounts. They're gonna give you like survival supplies.
Okay. Damn. Okay. I mean, that's still good. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Is anyone wanting to ask Gumtree for anything?
Got anything neat?
What you got for sale?
Show me your wares. Been playing a lot of Witcher 3 lately. Sorry.
What are you buying?
Welcome.
Bye.
If Gumtree like had like a robotic voice, robot has wares if you have coin or something stupid like that. I don't fucking know.
What are you looking for, stranger?
No. This is Gumtree we're talking about. He would absolutely sound like the Duke.
You know what? I had a better thought. It's the freaking vending machines from BioShock.
Welcome to the Circus of Values!
True.
Yes.
We've got all your magical wares here.
Gumtree
Wow.
thinks for a few moments at what you mean by interesting, and he sort of turns around. You watch as his legs stay in place, but his like upper half turns around, and he grabs what looks like a small jewelry box. And he turns back and he holds it out to you and he opens it. And inside, you see a small golden necklace with what appears to be like red, almost like pearls. And I'm trying to show this image to you all, but he's not wanting to copy it for some reason.
Huh?
Hmm.
Huh.
Huh.
There it goes. In general.
Ooh.
What the fuck
that's
are
it.
you?
You watch as a little like pixel animation of what I can only describe as a little like Mega Man, kind of like throwing one of these like throwing like a small orb, and where it lands there's an explosion. If anybody wants to make an Arcana check, go right on ahead.
Do I?
Yeah, fuck it, why not? I'm not that great.
Damn it, 8.
Also, there are specifically... Damn, that's
25.
high. Specifically, there are
3.
eight of these little beads.
Mm-hmm.
So you
Flit,
said
Lily, would you like
can
to roll?
throw the beads and make an explosion? Wait, what?
Just don't. Nope. I'm not saying it.
Sure, I'll roll an Arcana. 14.
Lily?
Well,
Only Corvin gets this. Corvin, this is a necklace of fireballs.
Ooh!
Hey, remember that conversation we had earlier?
I know. I
Hey,
was
kids,
sitting
I just
here
want
like,
fireball.
holy shit.
Fucking. Like, the moment Corbin sees them, his, like, eyes widen for a bit, and he's like, oh, Gumtree, darling, you did not have to do this.
I want it to be known that this this item is responsible for one of my favorite moments in any D&D game ever, where we, on like a fucking like iron crawling fortress, we fucking found a enclosed room that was essentially a barracks for a bunch of Durgar, and we just took the entire fucking necklace and chucked it in there, and just shut the door behind us.
You just
What?
dropped a nuke on them.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Man, fuck them guards.
It was pretty funny. It was pretty
Fucking-
funny.
Seem excited, Corvin. What is it?
Imagine, if you will, each single one of those beads is a ball of fire just waiting to be chucked at somebody.
Neat.
Aww.
That is a necklace of fireball. Balls, actually.
There are 8 beads on this necklace.
The destructive power alone. Ho, ho, ho.
Gumtree kind of nods, and then a number flashes on screen. 6,000.
Oh, my wallet.
we ain't that Bucci.
We,
And
we're not that
fortunately,
rich.
We've
Hold
been
on
being-
to that. We will come back for that one day.
He
I
kind of
swear to
sees
you.
your reactions, and he thinks for a moment. And then you watch the number begin to decline, and it goes down to 5,500. With a question mark at the end.
Corbin throws up an X with his arms. I do not have that kind of cash on me.
I
I
think we
swear
are.
to you on my cactus that I will come back for that one day.
I do think that we're interested, but Flick kind of looks to the rest of the group. Recently, we've been paid a lot more in spell components.
Yeah.
That is true. What else do you? Oops, sorry.
I'm just saying, I'm putting in my notes. Come back for a necklace of fireball from Gumtree.
Yeah.
Note to
Let's get
self.
6K.
Note to self. Take parts off of worms and start selling monster parts.
Yep.
We need to do that.
So, hey Tart,
Yes.
the necklace itself, each fireball is at 3rd level, yeah?
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
It has 8 beads. Each one can be detached and thrown up to 60 feet to cast a 3rd level fireball with save DC of 15. Once you use the bead, it is gone. It's burnt up. You can use multiple beads to increase the level of the fireball you're casting, though. So if you throw 2 beads, it's going to be level 4.
Oh, okay, that's how that works. Good deal, good deal.
Mhm. So you could throw, if you threw the entire necklace at someone, you could throw, I shit you not, an 11th level fireball.
Yeah.
Or
that's,
I guess it would be 10th level, technically.
Somewhere out in the cosmos, Maestra is screaming.
Out of curiosity. Fireball. 5e.
8d6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just
And
thinking,
there's
how
8.
many... Okay, it's only 1d6 for each additional level.
Mhm.
Still, that doesn't fuck
Yep.
around.
Now that's still an additional 8.
Yeah, that's
Well,
fucking
7.
64 d8. That's 64 d6.
No, that's it. If it's one additional level, if for multiple balls at once, that would be at most an additional. That would be at most 15 or 16 d6.
Something
It's still
like that.
fucking.
Oh, forgive.
It's still
forgive.
fucking powerful, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a fuck you right there.
You could, if you want, give each member of your party one before a fight, and then each one of you on your turn fucking throw a fireball at whatever you're fighting.
Everybody
fucking do
says
a hold
fuck
action.
you.
We do a hold action. Fucking that one persona thing combined attack.
Ring of fire.
We're
Fucking
going
Johnny
for an
Cash
all-out
playing it.
attack.
All out attack. Thank you.
That being said,
Uh-huh.
Gumtree reaches to his side and pulls out another chalkboard that says, "I'll reserve it for you," and then there's a smiley face drawn on the end of it.
Oh,
Aw.
You are a gem.
Above game, I love Gumtree.
Same.
Gumtree's great. He takes
What
the
goes-
jewelry box and he puts it deep under. You watch as he not only goes under the counter, but you watch as he takes like a floorboard and he moves the floorboard and he puts the jewelry box under the floorboard and then puts it back.
You are
What
a
else?
gem provided by the gods, Gumtree.
What else you have for
Claps.
wares?
Wait 1 second. Gumtree gestures to the wall, which does have a collection of spell scrolls on it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yes, please.
Take a look at all the wares.
Above game, I thought I generated his spell scrolls already. I did not. Hold on. There's one of Cure Wounds. There's one of Flesh to Stone. And be writing these down.
I'm writing this down in game.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just laughing. There's one of Ice Storm.
Oh. Oh boy.
There's one of Stinking Cloud. Fuck off. There ain't no way.
Kimchi.
Is
Fucking
I mean,
chowder.
There is a scroll of divination, I shit you not.
Well, looks like we get to say
that's
it.
kind of perfect.
It got rolled, so I'm gonna give it to you. There's a scroll of divination there.
Oh shit.
Well, isn't that convenient?
Well, isn't that the winky dink?
And finally, there's a scroll of Divine Word.
I'm
Oh.
sorry,
What does
what?
that do?
We know
very
that.
well what that does.
What does it do?
It,
I
it
don't
was
know.
it was used
was-
on you all.
Yeah,
It-
2 of our
that
party
worked.
members died to that.
Yeah, it
So-
killed 2 of our group.
Oh yeah.
Well, one of your group and Corvo.
Fuck you, Aurelian.
Yeah, I was gonna say, shows here. It's a word imbued with power. If they fail a charisma saving throw, there's a bunch of effects if it's like a certain hit point amount or fewer. Like if you're at
There you
20 hit points or fewer, you die instantly.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's the get fucked.
Eh.
How much is that one?
Probably a lot.
7th level.
It is 7th level.
That. Okay, so what are the prizes for the divination and the divine word?
Give me 1 second. I am going to make this simple, and I'm just going to say for each spell scroll. No, because that gets complicated with the earlier stuff. Okay. Which ones did you ask about? The divine word and the divination?
Yes.
Divination will run you 1,500 with a discount. Divine word will run you 3K.
I see.
A friendly reminder that the main reason that we got the 8th level spell scroll that we got from Gumtree last time was because we traded all of our void weed and hit him right in the fields.
Correct.
Oh,
I forgot we gave him void weed.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Y'all still have that scroll, by the way.
I hope he's.
I know what I'm holding on to that for, by the way. So
see.
don't worry, I haven't forgotten it.
I say.
I'd like to think that he's just growing void weeds like in a nice little shed.
Little aquaponic shop.
And if it's Gumtree, it's not because of the use of the weed. He just wants to grow the plants.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh look, they gave me plants. Thank you.
Meanwhile, the local law enforcement's getting ready for a raid.
I will actively fight them.
So,
Flint
Boy's
fighting the
gonna-
cops.
Chart,
Yes.
are you rolling for the status on this? Cora's gonna pull out her kitty whipping stuff.
Okay.
It just says kitty whipping stuff. What is the quality? What is it, Tart?
Oh no! Oh no!
That's a great fucking question, considering that was so fucking long ago.
We were level 3.
Oh man, you guys.
I
were
hold on to
really-
everything, my dude.
Yeah.
That's all
I
I
mean-
have. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 6 healing potions.
Are you selling your healing potions?
No.
Oh.
I'm saying I hold on to everything. Like, look how many. Like, here's an example. I have 6 healing potions. 1 supreme. I have a couple greater.
Your kitty whipping stuff will fetch you. Wow, that's actually a really good roll. Gumtree seems to have a particular interest in this stuff for some reason. He will give it to you for 87 gold.
Fuck, that's worth way more than I thought it would be.
Like I said, it rolled really well.
87, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Can I contribute to this somehow?
Mm-hmm.
I may still have the kitty whippings that I turned into a shield.
Are you
I
gonna?
might still be using it this whole
Ooh.
time.
Are you gonna sell your shield?
I mean, I just made it from scratch, so sure. Like, if he's interested in the kitty whipping stuff, I can contribute.
Hey, that's a
I'm not-
good shield.
I'm not saying, like, I'm not trying to make it another offer. I'm just kind of, like, adding
Yeah,
it
yeah,
on to...
Can Corey also add the leather glove that she made out of antler? The early
I
brass
forgot about
knuckles?
that.
I forgot about that as well.
How much shit do you guys have?
I have so much. Also, her basic scimitar.
Yeah, we need to
I
get you an
thought the-
upgrade.
The scimitar won't get you much, admittedly.
That's it. It just needs to add to it. That's it.
Wait, hold the fuck up. Do
I'm
we
not
still?
selling my ornate scimitar. I have a basic one that I had, and then I got the ornate ones. I'm keeping my ornate.
Don't we still have a few anti-venoms?
Yeah.
We're holding on to that.
Hold on
Oh,
to the
never mind.
venom.
I have flashbang crystals that I'm also holding on to.
Mm-hmm.
Above game.
Eh.
I'm gonna do a little bit of math. I'm
Okie
going
dokie.
to round all that stuff that you have just offered to. Gumtree does like you guys, and because of his
Aw.
role, he does have a very high affinity for the key whip and stuff for some reason. I'm gonna round it all up to 130 gold.
That's not bad.
Sold.
Okay.
Well, I mean, at least on my end.
Same. So how much do you want of that flit?
Flitz specifically, I did roll for that. Flitz contributed an additional 38 gold.
I'll just take the 38. That's fine.
Yeah. That's 92. 92, right?
82.
It should be 87, right?
Or yes, 8. Math
You
hard.
said 130.
Yeah, 82.
Okay.
I had a thing on it. Math hard.
No worries.
No, it is 92. Fuck! Yeah, right, it's 92. It's 92.
Yeah.
Math hard.
Nice.
Does anybody have anything else for Gumtree?
All my stuff is like practical stuff, so unfortunately none.
Can't really sell anything that I got.
Is anyone gonna buy any of the spell scrolls?
Well, I know Frost had something that they were looking for.
Oh, I was just wanting to see what other items were.
Unfortunately, Gumtree doesn't have a lot of weapons and armor because he is specifically like an apothecary and general goods shop.
Hmm. Okay.
He
Fair
does have an alchemy jug.
An alchemy jug, you say?
Quick, Frost, find the practical use for a fuck ton of mayonnaise.
Keeping as a tabaxi, it was keeping my coat sheen up.
You wanted to be a shiny boy?
How much?
Listen, we are on the road a lot, and there's not a lot of self-care places out in the wild, so I make do.
Well, darling, that's why you use prestidigitation.
Hi, I was a monk. I did not have access to this.
That's a you problem.
Not anymore. I had a thing, an alchemy jug with mayonnaise in it.
Here, would you like a spoon for the great mayonnaise?
No.
How much for that alchemy jug, though? Real talk.
The alchemy jug will fetch you. The alchemy jug is kind of hard to put a price on because at any price I look up to get like a comparison, it's vastly fucking different. I'm gonna say 500 for the alchemy jug.
Keep that in mind. First, let's go get the spell scrolls. Then we return to this beautiful thing.
Well, the spell scrolls are in the in-game chat, so.
So divination's probably something I mean, divination's the thing we definitely kind of want.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna drop prices for all these spell scrolls for you guys.
Thank you.
Alright.
You are the greatest
Thanks.
heart.
So, I'm just gonna point out that an alchemy jug was offered to us, and a certain someone is thinking about opening a bar.
True.
True. On
True, but
top
if
of.
Roland's getting it, Corey might just have to borrow it sometime.
How much did I say for divination?
Divination was like
1500?
1500, I believe.
5,500, I want to say.
Wait, were these
No, that
prices
was
being
the-
dropped?
No.
That was the 5,500 was the one for the necklace, the discount offer for the necklace.
Yeah, Tab was.
I believe the divination was about 1,500.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what
That's around what I thought, so that's what I'm gonna go with.
Alright.
So 1,500 for Ice Storm.
There you go.
Okay.
Gonna upcharge on that cure wounds a little bit.
God damn.
Those are powerful spells, bro.
Yes, they are special. I've had my eye on Ice Storm for fucking years now.
God damn.
God damn.
Hey, wait. Oh, there it is. I was wondering. We do have Ice Storm. I was wondering where it got off to. It was hidden.
I was about to say, too, you do have access to it.
We also have access to divination, so it's not like it's not like we need divination.
Although to be fair, you were looking for components for it.
Right, but think of it this way. One spell scroll of divination is 1,000. Getting the components for divination, just for me who can cast it, is 25.
Well, it's talking like for like you seem dead set on casting it like today.
Oh no, not really. I actually just wanted it in general because of the whole political intrigue that we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on one second.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how bad I was holding that back. So, let's take a look at something here. With each and every one of these items, Cure Wounds we already know, Flesh to Stone we already know. Divination we're familiar with because we have it. Ice Storm, Stinking Cloud, and Divine Word are three big ones, sorry. Math.
One moment, please.
I'm not gonna lie. I really wouldn't mind if we went for like we could easily go for the divination, but divine word, that's a miniature nuke in our pockets. That's a really.
We don't have that kind of dough, though.
Well, how much do we all have right now?
So I have. Okay, so first of all, I have about 800 gold, and just a heads up, I'm not going to be parting with huge chunks of it because I want to get back to the 1,000 gold limit in case I need to buy reincarnate materials.
Hold on one second, because I'm gonna type this
I
up.
only have like 200 something gold.
Hold
Yeah.
on. So, Flit has 800. Corey, how much did you have?
Consider
Only
me a
like 200
zero.
something. But yeah, I can't really. I mean, I could part with like 100 something of it.
Okay, so hold on.
If you
one
guys
second.
want my opinion as the DM, if you're going for a big beefy purchase such as this, just hold on to your money, skip over Divine Word, and save up for that necklace.
Mm-hmm.
That's my genuine recommendation as the DM.
Okay. How much? Wait, how much would you even be willing to part with, CG?
Nothing.
All right, so I'll just put 0 for yours.
The DM, the DM. Hey, just skip over it, J Frost. No.
Well, I'm just doing a head count of potential buying capability of what any of us would be willing to even put in for anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like little to nothing.
So I'm assuming just put down 0 for you then, Joe?
Like, to be fair, my money situation, I'm at 55 gold. That's about it for me.
How about you, Lily?
I have 60 plat, but I own a house.
Alright, so...
We must
Put that in notes.
put it away. Okay. One day.
So this is basically what our financial situation is. At least in terms of what we're willing to go for.
Help me get the bar up and running. We might be able to come back eventually and get it.
Mm-hmm.
In like 2-3 years.
Y'all are a bit short on money at the moment. I can tell you as we're getting further and further into a late game situation, that's not going to remain the case.
Like,
You know
I
what?
figured that is just the at current.
High
Because
prices
spell
mean
components
high
are
payouts.
Yeah, exactly. But like at current, because spell components are fucking expensive.
You know what? Fuck it. Give me that goddamn alchemy jug.
Okay.
We've got uses for this thing.
Add 1 alchemy jug to your inventory.
How
Corey,
much was it again?
it was 500 gold.
I'll put down 50 plat.
Okay. Add 1 alchemy jug to your inventory. Corey,
Or
as
I'll
you
hand you 20 gold.
Okay.
Ravon, hand you 20 gold. I might need to use that when I set up. Because somebody owes me a bar when we get back.
Oh, believe me, I have plenty of idea. I am going to teach you the greatness of drinking.
Why do you think I drink? Oh, that's great. So
I
many
know.
ideas. Anyway,
Yes.
continue, Tart.
Corey, you see as his alchemy jug is handed to Rovan, it looks exactly like Taneri's.
I see. This is where the cheating bitch got.
Oh boy. And let me sacrifice the money on the altar of alchemy.
Final call. Does anyone have anything else for Gumtree?
You said he's a general goods store, right?
Yes.
Does he sell cloaks?
He does.
A cloak, please.
A
Like
cloak
that?
will run each of you 1 silver.
Oh, that's not bad.
Wow, I mean, you're twisting my arm here.
I know.
Shit, I don't know if I can afford that.
I know. It's crazy.
Art, do you not read the chat? Don't you see that I have 0 gold?
I said silver.
True bitch.
You're rude.
Yes.
Also, each one of you gets a cactus because you've all bought something from it.
Yeah! Yeah, I cactus.
I am not. I do apologize, as he's just kind of like shifting the cactus over towards Flit. I cannot be responsible.
Mine.
Shift it towards Corey. Never mind.
Corey, you get
I
2
love
cacti.
this.
Yes. Now
I
we have a
love
cute
this.
little trio at home.
Gonna have a
Lily's gonna
cactus-
look lovingly at this cactus and just be like, Genia's gonna love this.
We have a cactus play day.
Cactus plating. Actually, Rovan would get 2 cacti because he bought 2 things.
Yeah! 2 cactus!
Alright. Anything else for Gumtree?
We have means of like keeping ourselves warm in the desert nights, right?
I'll tell you straight up, you're gonna be provided that.
Cool.
Nice.
How are we for food and water?
Provided.
Provided.
Okay.
Above game,
many-
that is what Theoden is doing at the moment, along with the choir. He's telling you, like, we need X, or he's going to tell them, like, we need X and X and X and X if we're going to get to there and back.
Gotcha.
Got it.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Does he sell any anti-venom?
He would.
Yes.
Of varying strengths.
How much does the second strongest cost?
Second strongest will run you... The second strongest will run you 75 gold.
How many of those does he have?
He has 3 of them. And each one will get you 2 uses. Because they're like longer vials.
Hey, CG, I'm planning on buying 2 of them.
I'll buy one.
Okay. 75 gold from each of you. Well, 150 from Kore, because you're buying 2, but yes. Yes.
Sick.
Koi is broke now.
It's okay, your girlfriend still has some money. Corey's now a gold digger.
How dare!
I ain't saying she's a gold. I was gonna say,
Technically speaking, could Kore use erupting earth to try and dig for gold if she ever really was strapped for money?
We're not going to unbottle that.
She's getting.
Now hold on.
What do you mean? It's a mining company.
I mean,
A one-person mining company.
We are not
sounds-
going to unbottle that.
What?
Now hold
it
on.
would
Hold on.
help. It's magic.
This is
It's
the
impressive.
same. This is going to lead to a conversation that I like to call a grain conversation. And nobody besides me is going to know what that means. But a long time ago in my IRL group, a conversation was struck between a druid and our rogue and our bard about how they could together fucking completely like encompass a town's economy by fucking just filling them with grain. Just giving them all the grain. And they started like getting into like economics and fucking like doing like proper math. And I wanted to kill myself by the end of it. I'm not doing that again.
Oh, come on, Tart.
No. Hard no.
They solved hunger in their town. That sounds like hero work to me.
They did it
That's
for
what-
the money.
Oh,
I could see-
They
I
still
could-
did it.
I could see Tart right now hovering over the rocks fall everyone dies button. Right
like,
now.
exactly, like the thing, like he's about to turn
right
both
next to my
keys
nut
to the nukes.
I would
Tiamat
just ask,
shows
like,
up, roll
increments,
initiative.
like rolling a die. I would picture like a D100 on like how much like of the like rock slurry was actual gold perhaps, and then just like multiply it by something.
You would have to do serious, like, genuine calculations for that, and
Yes.
I'm not doing that.
What if I did it and brought it to you and just brought like a suggested?
Give
Drop
me your
rate, quote,
thesis, and we
unquote.
shall see from there.
Oh
Hey,
boy.
I can help with that. That's my job.
So
No!
as much as I love this current conversation, I do.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. Does anyone have anything else for Gumtree?
A hug?
A pat on the head.
He will offer both of those for free.
Yeah.
Corey's beaming
Cor-
as she leaves with the cactuses.
Corbin just pats him on the head, trying to mind the leaf.
I want to talk shop with this man until we have to leave. I want to talk druid shit.
So, how if you had the ability to, how would you completely restabilize a town's economy with grain, Gumtree?
I thought we. Okay.
So, with that being said, as you guys all begin to head on out, Gumtree gives you all a wave, and you see he holds up another chalkboard that says, "Please come again."
Oh,
Absolutely.
this fucking guy. I love him.
But you all go and you meet up with Theoden, and you can see each one of you has a giant lizard mount prepared for you, as well as a plethora of supplies for you all to head into the desert. These giant lizards are magnificent. They're beautiful. They have lovely scales. You can tell they're very well taken care of. They are definitely like they're like giant bearded dragons. That's what they look like. Theoden kind of looks to you all. We have supplies, we have mounts. I presume you all are ready to get going then.
There is a hard-to-read look on Flit's face as she is looking at this giant lizard that she is supposed to use as a mount.
Flit, the lizard leans down to you, gets right up in your face, and with its big fucking fuck all tongue, it mlems you.
Flit will slowly walk around the side and limit back on the side of its face.
What does Toshi do?
I hope participate.
Toshi kind of comes up, it peeks, and squints at the big lizard.
Ooh.
Until the big lizard comes down and mlems Toshi, and then Toshi's all about it.
Aww.
Yes.
And then you
Lizard
watch as Toshi
gang!
becomes a tiny bearded dragon.
Ah.
Yeah, the way I can describe this is that they look like bearded dragons, but with, like, much longer necks. Like, they got that almost, like, long, like, wriggly neck.
Uh-huh. If it had, like, the neck of what, like a Komodo dragon?
Yeah, actually. I have a stat block for these somewhere. I'm actually trying to find. Because I want to give it to you all so you have it for reference. I have the reading comprehension of a fucking 7-year-old.
I can relate to that.
Did I not? Oh, I know where I put it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I apologize.
This is kind of what... Sorry, this is just kind of what I thought happened when Flit realizes she has to ride a lizard mount.
Did I not save it? Oh, I think that's it. Hold on. I think I found it. Nobody panic.
Huh?
There it is. Ignore the sunlight sensitivity, because obvious reasons. And and I just hate sunlight sensitivity in general. But I'm gonna put this in. I'll put it in game. But that is the stat block for your lizard mount. It's a bit hard to say, but it is there.
Yeah.
Unless I actually had it somewhere else in here and I'm just losing my mind, which I might be. But I didn't see it, so I'm assuming that's what I used.
was gonna say I pulled it up just fine on my end.
Yeah, I think that's what I use because I don't have a. It doesn't look like I have it. Like I made a stat block for these, so that's fine.
Ooh, nice.
But that being said, does anybody have anything you wish to do before you all head out from the city of Haven? Going once? Going twice? Okay. The last thing you all are taught before you all leave is that you see that these lizards have very specialized mounts. Or, not mounts.
Harnesses?
Saddles. That's the word I was looking for. In that the saddle almost acts as... It has a sliding component. The saddle is long and it covers most of the torso, like a harness. And you can see that there is a section where you can lift over, like, almost like a flap or like a lid, like a coffin, and lock it from the inside. And what this allows you to do is that it allows you to go under the sand with your mount without being fucking buried.
Oh, that's so cool.
You essentially have a mini, like, submarine component for these lizards. As these lizards can also travel under the sand.
Bad ass.
Corey, you're familiar with this, as you've seen the Dune Striders use these several times.
I've always wanted to ride one of these.
But, that being said, as you all...
Paid to do it.
Yeah. As you all hop on your lizards with a crack of the reins, you all head out. And it is immediately very wriggly as you all kind of serpentine off into the distance. Darren looks to you all and he goes, "Alright, let's not waste any time. We're burning daylight." And he takes the lead. And with you all following, you all soon leave the city of Haven. And that is where we are going to end for tonight.
Yeah!
Hell yeah.
As next session, you guys head deep into the Ashen Desert, headed for the Ascian Verge. Thank you all for joining us tonight. I guess I could take Gumtree's image off now.
No, leave him up there.
Nah,
Goodbye,
he's a good boy.
Gumtree. He's overlooking the ridge as we leave the city.
You do see off in the
hold on.
distance a Gumtree kind of waving to you all. Goodbye.
Oh, wait, Tart.
Yes.
We should put Gumtree up and then have Cardboard Haza also there.
You're absolutely
Jesus
right.
fucking
Hold on.
Christ.
They're just fucking watching us in the sky like Mufasa.
So, for those who aren't...
Remember who you are.
For those who aren't aware as to who Gumtree is not my character. Gumtree was a character that Haza and I traded. We did an NPC trade. Haza granted me Gumtree to use in my game. And he's a... Let me pull up the... Hold on. Let me pull up Gumtree's thing. Gumtree is a very innocent shopkeep/druid. He does not speak, but has a screen that helps him emote. Despite being so strong, he hates confrontation. If you're nice to him, he will give you a potted plant. If he really likes you, he will give you several, whether you like it or not. Declining the plant will make him sad. That was the description he gave me for Gumtree.
I love him.
As for me, the NPC I let him borrow for his game, and CG knows this, was Herbie the Turtle.
Yeah, I love
Herbie the Turtle. Our weed fucking blazed out of his mind. Turtle fucking weed dealer.
Fully
like-
loaded.
I would
who
like to
the
point
last
out-
time the party saw him, he had turned into a lion and had run off into the distance.
To be fair, we did learn that he was okay, and in one of the other cities that we went to, he was among the refugees.
You did learn that. That is true.
But fun fact, in Haz's game, I was playing in that game, which is one of the reasons I love Gumtree so much. But when Irby showed up, he made friends with our resident Storm Sorcerer, who was also a turtle, and had the personality of Ted from Bill and Ted.
Whoa.
It works with Irby because Irby had the personality of Crash from Finding Nemo.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, was that his
Fuck.
name or was it Crush?
Crush.
Crush.
Eh, something.
I got it. I figured it out. Dude,
Dude.
just a fucking stoner turtle who likes to sell fucking shit for people to blaze.
Bro, those were my peoples too.
Bruh. But that being said, thank you all for joining us. Let's go ahead and start doing our outros. Let's start with Joe, because I know Joe has got to get on out of here.
Y'all can find me on Twitter, the Joe Mojo, twitch.tv/Joe_Mojo, where I am the host of MNW Firing Line, your one-stop recap shop for everything Multiverse Nexus Wrestling. We are taking a break until next Thursday, mostly because of a lot of stuff happened within these last couple of weeks that I need my full attention to. So until then, just go ahead and just drop that follow and I don't know, look at the fucking Twitter for random bits of bullshit that I post on there. But until then, take it away, CG.
Hello, I am CG. You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me in other various D&D streams, such as this very channel, where this Tuesday will be the return of The Curse of Strahd after a wonderful break through most of September. We are going to finally see what sort of shit our buddy Casimir has stepped into.
I'm gonna break his butt.
Oh my.
And how much he's going to smell by the end of it.
Oh my.
But other than that, you can also find me every other Saturday over on Burnout Vaughn's channel for Saved by the Spell, a Strixhaven campaign of which I am a player. We have a festival that we're going through, and to borrow J Frost's favorite phrase, and nothing can go wrong.
It's a festival in D&D. Nothing ever goes wrong.
That's not true. It's not true. There's one time festivals in D&D are okay, and that's when they come after the party has just beaten a boss.
Correct.
You say that.
But other than that, well, there's one more thing, but I feel like that's something that someone else in the party can discuss about something over on Vaughn's channel. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pass it over to Punkles.
You all can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and sometimes TikTok at PunkyardDog. Oh my good god, my brain. Sorry.
Pug just had a stroke.
That's jerk. This week we didn't do Hooked on You with JC Doodles, but we are going to try and bring that back this week. My schedule is changing just a little bit at work, but it might actually be for the better. So we'll see if my scheduling, my stream scheduling improves. But I'll keep you updated on my Twitter where I'm most active. River.
That's me. You can find me over at twitch.tv/WickedRiver97, where I'm actually maybe coming back sooner than I thought. So look forward to that. I'm just trying to get together a schedule right now. Because apparently it helps my boys out by me streaming, because it means they stay out of my fucking hair. So they don't pester me so they can get their shit done. So I'm probably gonna come back with Slime Rancher too. So I'm excited.
Slime, 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 slime.
Slime, slime, slime. I'ma send it over to J Frost.
Hey, Frost.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, finally got this thing to work. Hi, everybody. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at twitch.tv/jfrost747 and on Twitter at frost747j. As far as things to do this week, got a little bit of busy work coming up, but we should be having a few streams coming up soon. Gonna be doing some more Fortnite streams with the crew and maybe some new people. Who knows? We'll just have to see. We will have probably Save Out the Spell coming up real soon, and with that, second part 2 of the festival with a few fun twists to be added in. Other than that, and probably do some random hodgepodge streams here and there. But, being said, I think that's it for me. Back to the master of the show. Gesundheit.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Oh, speaking of which, thanks, babe, for reminding me. Everyone, wish Tigeri happy birthday.
Happy
Hops
birthday.
birth.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy
Like-
birthday!
Targaryen gets inspiration.
Yes, birthday inspiration.
Hey, baby, everyone says happy birthday. There's a thumbs up.
But yes, hello. You can find me here at twitch.tv/fartingtart, where I do D&D, I do variety games. I just recently played Slime Rancher 2, and it is very cute, and I love it.
Cool.
And I am going to try to, this week, I would like to try and finish Ape Escape, because I started that, and I want to finish it. We're going to find out. But this week we also have, on Tuesday, we have the Curse of Strahd. Do the thing, Joe. Yeah, that one. Also, hopefully, provided things work out, and I'm still working on it, we will hopefully have our return to our Between the Shadows Mass Effect 5e campaign this Saturday. Again, provided things work out. Things are still a little up in the air for the moment, and if we don't, we don't. You'll find out more as we go along throughout the week. But, that being said, you can also find me at places such as Trash King Arisen, where I continue my role as Oma Tetsuhiko in Betters of the Torch, which is this Wednesday. I had to think about it, if it was an on week or not.
Couldn't tell
Yeah,
you.
it should be on week.
Is an on week. As well as, I guess, Burnout Vaughn's channel this Saturday, where I will also be doing my temporary guest role as Darius Eldergast, the Order of Arcane Archive wizard. Which I think that's the first time I've officially stated what it is.
Hey!
And soon on that channel, hold on, I gotta get close and menacing. Hold on, let me find some appropriate music for this.
Oh.
Menacing. No, that's too menacing. I want slightly menacing. There we go. Starting October 6th, you can find me as the Game Master on twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn, where I am going to be leading a small crew of individuals throughout the Underdark in the subterranean metropolis known as Karagoa, as they are going to be investigating a horror-themed mystery throughout the course of October in our little game, A Web of Deceit. So, if you like spooks, if you like tension, if you like yourselves a good mystery, make sure to tune in for that. It will be weekly throughout the course of October. It will be a mini campaign. CG here is going to be part of it. I think I can turn that off now.
It will.
That crew is going to be CG, is going to be Burnout Vaughn, is going to be Therapod Art, and is going to be Miss Tweetums. So, make sure to tune in for that. That being said, I guess we should find somebody to raid.
I have like 3 people.
I am thinking, because we don't
this is a very rare occasion that we get to raid this person. I'm thinking we raid Nero.
Please.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking Sean. He's got less viewers.
But hear me out. If we pick
never get to
Nero,
raid
we
Nero.
can spam King of the Cheese in his chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Ooh.
I don't get the reference.
It's one of his emotes, I think.
It's reference to the pet one shot. Hello?
Oh yeah.
Cheese.
I don't think Joe was here for that.
Above Game
No,
Joe was not
I
here
was-
for that, no.
I was not here. No.
I wasn't either. Yeah, but
This is also my best
Punk not
impersonation
here for
cast. Get used to it.
no.
Oh,
We
God.
came up with that as a alternative
Oh.
to canceling that week.
That's right. That's right. Well, we're going to do it anyway. We're going to spam King of the Cheese in his chat. Because Nero was a
Oh.
guest on that one shot.
Praise Jesus!
So go spam King of the Cheese in Nero's chat. Go show him some love. Let him know who sent you. We will be back next week with another episode of War of the Shattered Sun. Next episode title, Bloodstained Sands. Thank you all for joining us tonight, and we will see you all next time. Bye-bye!
See ya.
Bye.
Adios.